historically done and say, look, if you're not going to be a part of the solution to this problem in this hemisphere, then we may withhold U.S. aid. We may add tariffs, for example, to things coming from Mexico into the U.S. And lastly, I expect the president-elect to address sanctuary cities. You know, sanctuary cities receive hundreds of millions of dollars in public safety federal grants, and yet they thumb their nose at law and order on a daily basis. They don't work with ICE when those in the country illegally commit crimes.
But Charles, didn't we go down this road?
Back on the street.
Didn't we go down this road in the first administration? And there was a whole legal fight over it, and it ended up that you had to tie funding to the specific issue at hand. It couldn't just be like, well, all federal funding to you, regardless of the issue, is pulled. So they ended up tying it to like cops grants, right, and law enforcement related funding. It sounds like they would be limited in scope to some degree.
It would be limited in scope. You would not, you're absolutely right, you would not be able to withhold all federal grants going to these cities and states that claim sanctuary status. However, it can be very targeted to things related to public safety, since, you know, what sanctuary cities do fly in the face of common sense when it comes to working with officials from ICE, for example, to get very dangerous people prioritized for deportation. You know, you're going to see programs like Secure Communities make a comeback, 287G, which was used by the Obama administration and the Trump administration.
Yeah. This
is where they take advantage of the 800,000 state and local law enforcement officers on the ground, that when somebody in the country illegally is encountered committing crimes, they're immediately turned over to ICE for deportation. I also expect a lot of the technology to go away, like the CBP One app, which has been highly criticized, and rightfully so, as some type of concierge service for those wanting to come into the country illegally to exploit claims of asylum to make their way into the country. I expect that to go away. And I expect overwhelming support for the men and women of both CBP and ICE to finally be allowed to do their jobs. I expect to see an implementation of a layered approach to security again down at the border. That means continuing to build the wall, expanding technology, and again, allowing the men and women of CBP to do what they signed up to do.
Charles, the big thing that the former president has said that's received a lot of attention and pushback is when he says he will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. He said it most recently before winning the election that he would use it to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. I've done a little bit of reading. Can this be enacted or used without a declared war?
Yeah, that's a great legal question. I like to think that the program I just mentioned, Secure Communities, would greatly enhance the capabilities of the administration. Obviously, to enact what you just mentioned would require review by the Department of Justice to see if, in fact, it could be used. I get the point that the president is making, and that is some very bad people have been let into the country, tied to the cartels, who have never been as powerful as they are now because of the policies of the last 4 years. You know, we have this fentanyl crisis here in the United States, which is going to require engagement and handling of not only the cartels, but also of China, who provides the overwhelming majority of the synthetics used to produce this drug. So there's a lot that needs to be done. The administration is going to hit the ground running. They have no choice. They're going to have to walk and chew gum. They're going to have to do a lot of things at once. And exploring some of these, what I would say, unique laws and authorities may be one of them. But I think the message here is that President Trump is not going to leave anything on the table. He's going to leave it all on the field in terms of getting these very dangerous people out of the country. It's got to be done. We know we're vulnerable, not just criminals, suspected terrorists. And look, we've got a caravan coming to the United States right now through Mexico. Ultimately, that is keeping an eye on the clock right now because they know things are going to change, and now is their best chance to get into the country.
Do you anticipate, if he doesn't find success with some of the ways in which he promised he would do this, that he would, to your earlier point, use things like tariffs? I think he said that he would put a 25% tariff on everything imported from Mexico if they did not stop influx of migrants and drugs. So if you can't do it one way, you do it another?
Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot of ways to implement an effective strategy to address all these. You know, the U.S. government has a lot of means at its disposal as part of a strategy. As we know, President Trump sometimes likes to negotiate out in public. He's a big fan of what I call the information campaign. I expect that to continue as he stands up the office of the president-elect, the transition office, and is talking about these policies, making appointments to his cabinet at places like the Department of Homeland Security and DOJ. And I also think we're going to see a new approach to how the cartels are being handled. And I think that'll be part of the demand to Mexico is, look, if you can't handle this situation on your own, we're more than happy to help you. It's impacting hundreds of thousands of Americans each year. And look, at some point in time, the problem of the cartels needs to be handled. They have morphed beyond just being criminal organizations. They operate like terrorist organizations, and we need to bring some of the tools that we use to fight terrorist organizations around the world. State
government might have something to say about this. I saw an interview with Massachusetts Governor Healey, and she said that they would use executive power to block the Trump administration if they tried to do any of this, if they tried to do a mass deportation program. Might his efforts meet legal action or meet states that just simply refuse to cooperate here?
I anticipate that they will certainly get some pushback on what he wants to do. Sanctuary cities have proven that they will go above and beyond to provide a safe haven, not just for those in the country illegally, but those that go on to commit additional crimes, which is no way to keep the country safe. Flies in the face of common sense when it comes to Homeland Security. But yet they will file, in my opinion, some legal challenges to whatever it is that the president tries to do. But that's why you go after the money. If you recall, during the Trump administration, he briefly withheld money from New York City along these lines of their sanctuary status. And very quickly, New York City changed some of their policies. So money has a way of changing positions rather quickly. A lot of this money is used to fund law enforcement. It's used to fund counterterrorism. But look, if they're not looking out for the overall safety and security of their citizens, then why should they be receiving all this federal taxpayer money?
Charles Marino, a former Department of Homeland Security advisor during the Obama administration, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jessica.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone, premiering Sunday at 8/7 Central, only on Paramount Network.
Legacy. You build something worth having. Someone's going to try and take it. What I'm doing isn't for the ranch. It's for us.
America's #1 show returns.
I spent my whole life here. Me too.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Unlike you, I keep my promises.
The epic return of Yellowstone. Sunday at 8/7 Central on Paramount Network.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You know why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo? Because I want to make sure that my searches are private and out of anybody's data profiles. That means the government or any other legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. So they don't track you at all, regardless of what browsing mode you're in. Every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's actually as if you've never been there before. That's important to me. So they have a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. It helps protect your personal information from being exploited by hackers, scammers, and privacy invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, so you know it's legit. All this for $9.99 a month, and here's an exclusive 7-day free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. Then pay $9.99 a month. Again, the subscription at duckduckgo.com/1210, duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell Dawn sent you.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now at Window Nation, save 50% on all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, sale ends November 30th. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free, in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President-elect Trump has chosen his chief of staff. It is his campaign co-chair, Susie Wiles becoming the first female chief of staff in U.S. history. Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom calling for a special legislative session to protect its progressive policies from President-elect Trump.
Governor Newsom says this special session will focus on bolstering California's legal resources in the face of a Trump presidency. He said, quote, "The freedoms we hold dear in California are under attack, and we won't sit idle."
Fox's Christina Coleman. Amsterdam police say 5 people are hospitalized, 62 arrested after anti-Semitic rioters attacked Israeli supporters following a soccer match. Police saying on X they've started an investigation now into multiple violent incidents. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Baltimore Ravens got by the Cincinnati Bengals 35-34. Lamar Jackson hit Rashard Bateman for the go-ahead score with 1:49 remaining. Carolina Panthers running back Chuba Hubbard agreed to a 4-year contract extension worth up to $37 million. Dallas Cowboys QB Dak Prescott may need surgery to repair a torn hamstring. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey is slated to make his season debut Sunday after Achilles and calf injuries. NHL, the Carolina Hurricanes won their 8th consecutive game, 5-1 over the Pittsburgh Penguins, while the Winnipeg Jets are 13-1 after a 1-0 shutout against Colorado. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When life gets too hectic, it's time to retreat from the noise.
My name's Carmen DePasquale. I have been a retreatant for about 26 years. I came alone. I literally read it in a bulletin and decided that this might be something that I'd like to do. I literally took a leap of faith and I thought, let me see what this is about. And if this is right for me, I always felt welcomed even though I didn't know anyone.
Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice. Go to malvernretreat.com.
So anyone can really feel welcome here.
Our nation's economic problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight. Dr. Ron Paul here, and this is why I recommend diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold, a proven bedrock in any economy, with my friends at Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold. Text the word HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Washington. Coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, November 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. That is how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as we wrap up election week. Dawn Stenzelin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. Gregory.
Oh, man, it's Friday. Thank God.
We made it.
We made it.
Weekend, baby.
Yeah.
TGIF.
Yeah.
Remember those shows?
No.
Back
Yes,
on Channel 6?
Of course, yeah.
Every Friday at 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Urkel, hanging with Mr. Cooper. Step by Step, Family Matters, Boy Meets World. Yep.
You have those memorized, don't you?
Like it was yesterday, brother.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it was yesterday. Oh, we have some good stuff to get to today. If you enjoy academia losing their mind in political defeat, we have that for you. Some university meltdowns.
Oh, boy.
From Oregon to BYU to Harvard. You knew the Ivy Leagues would take this well, right? You knew they would take that well. Sound bites galore. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. And a lot of numbers. If you like deep dives and data.
Oh, no.
And analytics.
No.
Data Dave's going to love this.
No.
I will try not to bore you to death.
Thank you, yeah.
But some very interesting developments as we have specifics in Bucks County.
Uh-oh.
We have specifics in Montgomery County.
Oh, so we could call out towns and you could tell us if it's a Trump town or
That's right.
Oh,
Trump
I like
town.
this.
Did the votes match your signs along the highway?
Oh, this is a great exercise. We can kind of weave this in all morning, right?
Yes, we can.
Can I ask you one right now?
Go ahead.
Or are you okay?
Go ahead. I've
see.
got all sorts of packets in front of me.
Okay, let me see here. Let
What
me.
do you
Doylestown.
All right, so that would be
Bucks County.
Bucks County. Doylestown.
Doylestown.
There, wait. Hang on. Ready? Is Doylestown a Trump county or a Trump town or Harristown? I like this. This is a fun game. All right, let's.
It would be Harris.
Oh boy.
By a 2-1 margin.
Wow.
That's correct.
Well, now there's there's Doylestown Township and Doylestown Borough.
So the borough is Harris 2-1. The township, much more competitive. Harris about 6,700 votes. Trump about 5,200.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I like this.
I've got all that for you.
People can shout out towns if they want to.
That's right.
We'll just
call in. We'll go to Bob on line 6. You give me your town, I give you a number. You're not going to win anything, but you'll have some information.
Can we do one more?
Yeah, go ahead. You want to go Monco?
How about Souderton?
Souderton. That would be
Souderton's
Bucks as well.
That's Bucks too.
Yeah, let's go down here. I got them alphabetically to the R's, to the S's. Flip this bad boy over. Souderton. Wait a minute. They skipped Souderton. Am I missing this? S-O-U. Yeah, I'm not seeing a Souderton here. I got a Sellersville and a Telford. Relatively close.
All right, give me Sellersville.
Let's see here. This is great. Oh, here we go. Trump defeated Harris by 14 votes.
14?
14.
In Souderton? Wow.
No, Sellersville.
Sellersville.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
Sellersville. Yeah.
What's the
1298 to 1286?
Wow. Yeah, remember these are relatively. I mean, these are just boroughs or townships, so they're relatively small numbers, but
little pockets.
I love this.
Little pockets.
Wait.
I can give you. I've got polling accuracy information from all the polls we cited. Who was accurate? Who was terrible? Who was decent? We can give you that later today.
Well, hang on, one more. Conshohocken. I think I know Conshohocken. That's
Conchie.
That is Montgomery County.
Yeah, Conchie was.
Ipso facto wants to know.
Harris 3,500, Trump 2,100. That was a 35-21 football game. Friday night style. There you go.
Fun. I like this.
Yep.
It's a good game.
And we've also got Trump's margins from 2020 to 24.
Chris Apolito. Missing votes. No Souderton. There's shenanigans happening in Souderton.
Outrageous.
Outrageous.
All right. With that said, let's get to the news. Round number 1 right off the top here at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. On this Friday, November the 8th, we are sponsored by the Philadelphia Ballet. So in the news this morning, there's so much happening. We'll get to all the counting that continues, even here in Pennsylvania. Still some of those campaigns, those elections, still too close to call. We'll get to that momentarily. But an investigation underway after the discovery of a woman's body in Philadelphia's Fox Chase neighborhood. So police say the body was found yesterday afternoon buried in this shallow grave at a park. This is on the 900 block of Tustin Road. Police are trying to determine if she is a woman who was recently reported missing. There was a one of the many missing individuals, but there was a 29-year-old woman reported missing within the past week. So the neighbors, this was disturbing and alarming for neighbors, obviously, to find this woman's body. We don't have confirmation yet, pending the autopsy, what's going on here as far as how this woman was killed, what is the cause of death, but they're asking us to put this information out. Anybody with information, call police, 215-686-TIPS. So 215-686-TIPS. In Philadelphia, we have tens of thousands of school children who obviously rely on SEPTA. We do not have the yellow school buses here in Philadelphia for Philadelphia school children. Most of them rely upon SEPTA, or at least 55,000 children rely upon SEPTA. So it's good news this morning because thousands of those union SEPTA workers are remaining on the job, even though they've authorized the strike. They've done that vote, but we're hearing that both sides are close. So they remain at the negotiation table, and that means that SEPTA is working. Contract expired at midnight, so more than 6 hours ago. And so Transit Workers Union Local 234 leaders had to make a decision there. They said progress is being made as we speak. Members will keep working as these talks continue. As of now, no strike, but union leaders vow to hit the picket lines if their demands are not met.
So do you think that's advantage the workers, that they show a little goodwill, that they say, hey, we'll continue plowing forward here for a little bit because we kind of like the way the direction of this is going?
I do, particularly because, think about how our schools were shut down. We have kids who are, in first grade, they're not reading. Even at fourth grade, we've talked about the percentages of kids who don't even read.
Yeah.
And so it's a struggle, and parents have been dealing with the pandemic, the asbestos, all the shutdowns, no air conditioning, shutdowns of schools because of that. So I think this was a wise move.
Yeah, this is a city that can ill afford to have any drop-off academically for our kids.
By the way, thank you to somebody on the YouTube chat. Souderton is actually Franconia Township.
Oh.
So Franconia is, I have it in front of me, Nick, in case you don't.
Okay.
It's Trump 4,771 to Harris 3,710.
All right, so Trump by about 1,000.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
The FBI and law enforcement officials across the United States and across our region here investigating reports of young black people, children, many of them receiving racist text messages one day after the election. So this is in the Philadelphia region. The racist text messages are being sent to black men, black women, and black students locally and across the country. We don't have a number on this, but it's broadly being called by school officials, leadership here in Philadelphia and across the country as disturbing. But these racist text messages that are being sent out, you get the message and it says, "You have been selected to pick cotton at the nearest plantation. Our executive slaves will come get you in a brown van." And so it says, "Be prepared to be searched down once you enter the plantation." It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Terrible.
If true, absolutely deplorable and awful, no question about it. I don't know why deplorable came to my mind. I got Hillary on the brain, I guess. But is it fair to ask, how does one find a massive amount of children's cell phone numbers and then send messages to those numbers knowing the identity and the race and the ethnicity of said recipient receiving those messages?
That's what's creepy.
Right.
Now, you know how you get the political messages, and they call me Christopher, sometimes they call me Shayla.
Well, I call you Christopher occasionally, too, off the air.
I go by, so many names. But it sounds, so there is one of the companies that supplies those kinds of, that apparatus by which they can send those texts for politics usually, or fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
So they have shut down, they've gone through, they've identified some of these and they've shut them down.
Interesting.
So that's the question, though. How could they so specifically know? Some of them, they're knowing their names.
Right.
So presumably it does have to do with politics.
Okay.
But there were at least a half a dozen kids in Lower Merion and some high school kids in Upper Darby who got this text.
Well, okay, but they're minors, so they can't vote. So how do they?
I know.
Yeah. Another reason why you need DuckDuckGo. Personal information removal from the internet.
Amen. I mean, this one, I don't know. It's bizarre. The FBI, they have a lot of, they'll figure out the culprit.
You're right.
Because they
if it was real or if it's a hoax.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. If my kid who's not black got something like that, I would be angry. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, it's
so it doesn't
ridiculous regardless. Yeah.
If they send it out to just a bunch of people, the disturbing piece of this, it appears that most or all of these individuals, somehow they knew their ethnicity.
While we're speaking of hate, did the law enforcement and the authorities ever figure out who was circulating all those anti-Trump letters that everybody was sending us? Remember that story in the lead up to the election?
We did have one Philadelphia guy who was, that one was, they were threatening. He was threatening somebody. But I think there are many of those cases. They're continuing to investigate. In fact, I think Linda Kearns is still in court. We're all going, TGIF, the election's over. Trump is choosing his transition team and all that good stuff.
Probably hasn't
but
diminished.
Yes, she's still in court every day. And to your point, some of this.
Okay.
So I'll text her this morning per your request and try to get an update on some of those names.
Yeah, it was that recirculated letter. Remember the guy was saying at the end of the letter, or the girl or whoever did it, "Don't tread on me. I'll see you in the future." The whole bit.
Oh yeah, and there were some who were being threatened. Some of the people, remember we reported here in Philadelphia and across Pennsylvania that some of those duly court-appointed poll watchers weren't able to get in. In one case, there was a woman who was either afraid to get out of her car or afraid to leave her home. She had been threatened, with death threats. So some of those are very serious cases that they will find who that is. They have vowed that they will, have justice in those situations.
Good.
But some of them were death threats. And some people were really intimidated, as you can imagine, and terrified.
Yep.
Speaking of the election, okay, we're being told that there are about 100,000 votes still outstanding here in Pennsylvania amid this tight Senate race. This is between Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger, to incumbent Senator Bob Casey Jr., who's the Democrat. So Secretary of State Al Schmidt making this announcement last night, and he said the count includes provisional, military, overseas, as well as election day votes.
I'm all for counting and doing your due diligence regardless, of party affiliation. I want accurate totals. I thought I saw late in the afternoon, I was taking my girls to dance out in Collegeville about, this was 4:45, 5 o'clock, and I saw Axios pop up, and I got an alert from them saying that it was a final that I got Burgum on the screen in here, that McCormick had won. So is that not an official declarative statement?
Al Schmidt, apparently, he's saying that it's too close. McCormick is yesterday morning I reported that McCormick led by 31,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
He's leading by more than 33,000 votes.
Okay.
So
with 100,000 still pending, according to...
Yeah, and generally the military votes generally go Republican, particularly since McCormick, is a military veteran himself. But you can't, if they're going to count to every last drop, then they're just following the protocol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Fetterman putting out a tweet last night. We will count every single one of them.
The Casey campaign has spoken out, and they have said that they are confident that once this last batch is counted, that they are confident Casey is the winner.
Okay.
We are confident that when this last batch comes out, we will still lose.
So you got that going on.
I think the writing's on the wall for Casey. Pack your bags. Yeah, you had a nice little run there, buddy boy.
They're trying to find more votes.
Hey, this is something for Nick for you to take your twin daughters to the Philadelphia Ballet. This is a wonderful experience for the magic of the holidays. Tickets are on sale for Philadelphia. He's a girl dad.
I know. Sorry, I forgot they were a sponsor.
And twin daughters who are 10 and who are dancers. So this is perfect.
Yeah.
This is the Philadelphia Ballet's George Balanchine's The Nutcracker at the Academy of Music, December 6th to the 29th, presented by Independence Blue Cross. Get opening night tickets for just $10 at philadelphiaballet.org. This is it really is magical, I can tell you, over the years. And I've taken my boys, Greg, so you can take Dylan. It's cool.
Dawn's boys redefining masculinity.
By the way, Nick, you can take your girls to that, and I'll give you FanDuel picks later that you can watch on your phone while you take your girls to that.
Thank you. A meaningless bowl game while I watch a guy in a tutu.
Can I tell you something? Oh,
Yeah.
I want you to. Now you have to go, Nick.
Now you have to go.
Because it's wonderful. It really is.
Yeah, well, I'll wait for the corporate email to come out. We've got a bunch of tickets left over, first come, first serve, and then by the time I try to reply all and say I want them, oh, sorry, they're gone and accounted for.
I know that always happens.
God, I hate that.
How do they steal those steal the tickets?
You think people dial in quick to win a prize on the radio?
By the way, can I just say something that a little preview as to what's coming on? Because old man Dudley reminded me yesterday that nobody does the coming up soon. Does that better than we do here. On the morning show.
The art of the tease.
The art of the tease. Thank you. Yesterday we had the pundit reaction to the election. Today we have the Twitter reaction to the election. So, for everybody's Friday coming up at 7:45, we have the Twitter reaction or the TikTok, I guess, reaction.
Yeah.
The TikTok reaction.
Yeah, grown adults throwing hissy fits in front of their smartphone.
Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah. Because everybody thinks that they need to put their opinions out there and on camera.
Right.
Ugh.
Leave it to the paid, trained professionals.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, we have red flag warnings because of these extremely dry conditions combined with the wind. So the wind
Can
factor.
I not make a fire tonight?
Nope.
No.
Are you gonna make a fire, sit outside, have a tequila? Is that what you're thinking?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, attaboy.
What about like a propane thing that's on my deck that's not anywhere near leaves?
I believe that if it's on something on your deck and it's contained, then you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
But up to 20 mile an hour wind gusts, sometimes 30 mile an hour wind gusts. So they're saying that it's extremely dry. And this is across the region. We've talked about the wildfires in New Jersey.
Will somebody turn me in if I'm burning something?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if they have roving crews who drive around and try to educate people. I don't know.
Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear.
Maybe that
careful.
maybe that red wave that made landfall can douse out the flames.
Oh my goodness. But it's a lovely Friday. It's sunny and windy, 72 degrees with a low of 46. We're still I think we're almost 50 degrees at this point, but tomorrow, 58 degrees, quite a drop. So that's your high, 58 tomorrow, but it will be bright and seasonable. Then for your Sunday, 62 with increasing clouds. And thank goodness, Sunday evening into Monday morning, it looks like, and mostly Sunday evening, a chance for some late showers, much needed rain. For your Monday, looks like 68 degrees, just a lovely Monday. Tuesday, sunshine with a few clouds, 63. I'm just looking, we don't have another chance for rain, I think Wednesday. So the best chance for any kind of rainfall is this Sunday evening, but I don't know if it's anything measurable. Certainly we're way down and need the rain. So that is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:20 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The Big Take, contention, court cases, and cabinets. The fallout and reaction to Donald Trump's victory continues to pour in. And one might argue that the way in which Trump was victorious this week is more of a shocker than the fact that he won, period, in 2016. The media playing the blame game as to why Kamala Harris failed. Those with a vested legal interest in court cases against Trump, they can't let it go. And meanwhile, Trump, the winner, is already plotting his second administration and who will be a part of his cabinet. But we start with the contentious views of those who can't accept reality. Now, the new spin from those in the media that parrot the talking points of the left is this notion that Latino voters are sexist. We gave you the clip yesterday on the cut sheet of an Allentown, Pennsylvania radio station owner and talk show host talking about how Hispanic voters believe women should be in the kitchen, not in political office. And a few hours later, yesterday on Thursday, it was repeated by the most bitter, angriest race hustler on The View, Sunny Hostin. She says that Latino men went against Kamala Harris because she's a woman. Listen and watch this.
And finally, we talk a lot about these different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep. And they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons.
That's what that was.
The lessons are not
Knock, knock. Who's there? Oh, my gosh, it's Whoopi.
And this is precisely what the haters like Hostin do. They find the groups that Trump appeals to, which is many and more than ever, and then they disparage them for voting for him. She is the epitome of how the Democrats have become the party of hate. It's always race, it's always sex, it's always this, it's always that. Maybe, just maybe, it's about his policy. Maybe they like Trump because of his platform, his agenda, what he accomplished, and what he hopes to accomplish again. But luckily, ESPN's Stephen A. Smith was also on the show on The View, and he offered a more measured, respectable take on what Americans saw with Kamala Harris, something that Sonny Hostin is incapable of doing. Listen and watch this.
And remember, there's two C words that are incredibly important in America. Capitalism is one. Competition is another, because it's a metaphor for capitalism in a lot of people's eyes. Because you were inserted, even though you were the vice president and it was the Biden-Harris administration, you had folks who are independent. I'm not talking about those on the right. I'm not talking about those on the left, just independents, who said, wait a minute. She didn't experience a primary either. And the last time we saw her in a primary was 4 years ago, and she didn't even make it to Iowa. They used that as an excuse to point to her level of inexperience.
Translation, she was an installed candidate. She didn't earn it, and one who the American people said no thanks to. Capitalism and competition. It is a metaphor, and it's something that this iteration of the Democrat Party clearly hates. They want a socialist, communist society. They want you to be handed things because of identity politics. Life doesn't work that way, and that's not what made America great. We've seen many people in the public spotlight, and even those on social media, throwing fits and having meltdowns. Stocker will have more of those coming up on the cut sheet in regards to Donald Trump's triumphant return to the White House. James Carville also having a rough go of it. Here's the 80-year-old Cajun deep in his feelings, wondering where his party that he's advised many times went wrong. Listen and watch this.
I'm done crying. My sadness is over. My anger has set in. I am a...
All right, that's not the audio, but I do see James Carville talking.
That was my fault. Hang on. Let's start it over.
Let's try one more time. Here is James Carville.
My outrage is more of an observation. And I just have to get over the fact that I'm 80 years old and I live in a country that has put a felonious bigot who has no idea of what the world is like, is the most parochial, secular person that you could imagine. And I don't know what percent of this defeat is because we didn't embrace the change message, or we kept something too long. You know, there was some flaw in our strategy and our presentation. But at the end of the day, there's still, a lot of people had voted for this, and everything people in Texas knew about Ted Cruz. And the thing that hurt so bad is Colin Howard is the very definition of a really fine person. So I'm going to I'll have to reevaluate. I'm sure I'll come up with something to make me feel good again. But right now, today, it's hard. I'll be honest with you. And the hardest thing is that I look across this country and tens of millions of people fell for it. And it's depressing, but I will snap out of it.
Best of luck to James Carville. Nobody fell for anything. The reality is the Biden-Harris administration did not produce enough results. And then the messaging, the policies, the catering to 7% of America, the demonization of police, speaking down to 70 plus million Americans, and then subverting democracy and installing somebody even less likable than Joe Biden. That's where you went wrong. This isn't rocket science. Trying to sit there and scratch your head while you got your headset on and you're giving us that video. The writing was on the wall. And lastly, we get to the big guy, where the writing was on the wall for him after June 27th. What has been on Joe Biden's mind? Does Joe think that he would have defeated Trump? Well, regardless, he's already setting the stage to tell America that if Trump's economy booms, it's because of Biden. Listen and watch this.
Much of the work we've done is already being felt by the American people, but the vast majority of it will not be felt over the next 10 years. We have legislation we passed that's just only now just really kicking in. We're going to see over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure work done, changing people's lives in rural communities and communities that are in real difficulty because it takes time to get it done. And so much more. It's going to take time, but it's there. The road ahead is clear, assuming we sustain it. There's so much we can get done and will get done based on the way the legislation was passed. And it's truly historic. You know, we're leaving behind the strongest economy in the world. I know people are still hurting, but things are changing rapidly. Together, we've changed America for the better. Now we have 74 days to finish the term, our term. Let's make every day count.
You know what I want to feel, Joe? I want to feel $2.25 a gallon for gas. I want to feel an energy bill that's 25 to 30% lower. I want to feel and see a housing market that is appealing to buyers. I want to feel a grocery bill that is 20, 30, 40, maybe 50% lower. But it's shades of Obama, if you recall, when he planted the seed to delegitimize any success that Trump would have 8 years ago. It was the Obama economy. But from contention to the courts we go. Legal scholar Jonathan Turley with his latest column for The Hill. Headline, Donald Trump just won the greatest jury verdict in history. After Trump's election victory, Turley writes, quote, now these cases are now legal versions of the Flying Dutchman. Ships destined to sail endlessly but never make port. Around 2 a.m., Jack Smith became a lame duck prosecutor. Judge Juan Merchan has scheduled a hearing on the immunity issue for November 11th and possible sentencing on November 26th. Merchan could sentence Trump to jail, even a brief stint, but such an abusive sentencing would likely trigger an expedited appeal and would likely be stayed. Another case, the civil case brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James, she, for many, is the face of lawfare. Judge Arthur Engeron, who has been ridiculed for the grotesque $455 million judgment by judges on the appellate panel themselves. This, of course, is the case with no victims and loans repaid in full. But even in defeat, come election season, Letitia James in her feelings and very angry that Trump was victorious, because we know she has been very politically motivated to go after Donald Trump. Listen and watch this clip.
We did not expect this result, but we are prepared to respond to this result. And my office has been preparing for several months because we've been here before. We faced this challenge before, and we used the rule of law to fight back. And we are prepared to fight back once again. Because as the Attorney General of this great state, it is my job to protect and defend the rights of New Yorkers and the rule of law. And I will not shrink from that responsibility.
Protect New Yorkers. Who exactly are you protecting, Letitia? There were no victims here. Turley believes that the appeals opinion is already written, which is another good sign for Donald Trump. And more good news in the courts as well, as Judge Juan Merchan, according to the New York Post, is considering now tossing the hush money conviction with Stormy Daniels after Trump's win. Sentencing has already been delayed for 4 months. That ruling also expected next week. Turley also says the Georgia case with Fonnie Willis is, quote, a roaring dumpster fire. should any convictions in sentencing be upheld. Turley concludes by saying that Joe Biden could pardon Trump. It would be a poison pill pardon because Trump doesn't need a pardon as the incoming president. But Biden could take the matter off the table by treating him as presumptively guilty. He could not only claim to have taken the higher ground, but use it as cover for pardoning his son. And then lastly, Trump's focus, now centered on his cabinet. Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the co-chairs overseeing the Trump transition. Others to be featured with roles include Eric and Don Jr., Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, and of course, J.D. Vance. Chief of Staff just selected yesterday, Susan Wiles. She's the daughter of late NFL broadcast legend Pat Summerall. Boy, such a misogynistic move. I wonder if she's a weak and stupid female, like Mark Cuban says that Donald Trump surrounds himself with. Attorney General to succeed Merrick Garland. Many think it could be Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry. North Dakota's Doug Burgum. He could be in charge of energy. Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton could head up national security. Also, Bill Hagerty of Tennessee or Marco Rubio of Florida could presume the role of Secretary of State. Also, Elise Stefanik, Lee Zeldin, and Vivek Ramaswamy also in consideration for roles, according to the New York Post. And of course, Elon Musk, who Trump has touted as heading up the Department of Government Efficiency. So as the media meltdowns continue and Dems are in disarray and the courts have all but lost their power, Trump is preparing his cabinet, one in which many of his voters are salivating over as Trump looks to surround himself for a second time, this time with those he can trust. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. You can experience the joy of a new Volkswagen during the Sign Then Drive sales event. Lease a new Tiguan from Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore or Langhorne with zero down or get 0% financing for 60 months. Visit piazzavw.com for details. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, it's Kayal and Company. We'll continue on the other side. Just how good did Trump do in Montgomery, in Bucks County? And also, what states did Trump make his biggest gains in 4 years later? All the details, all the data as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
They call me the bubble wrap mom for a reason, because I'm always concerned about safety and privacy. And this is much more for me than just being a protective parent. So if you want to keep your searches private, out of those data profiles, the government, other legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. And this is exactly why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. It's a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. Really helps you protect your personal information from being exploited by any of those hackers or privacy invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, which I've known for many years now. With Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere, and they have identity theft restoration. If your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you restore it. So this is all just a great service. They also have the personal information removal. I love all of these features. And all of these features, all of this, you get for $9.99 a month, $9.99 a month. But as my listener, if you go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210, you'll get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. So that's DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. What comes to mind when you hear the word gratitude? Maybe it's a daily practice, or maybe it feels hard to be grateful right now. Don't forget to give yourself some thanks by investing in your well-being. BetterHelp is the largest online therapy provider in the world, connecting you to qualified professionals via phone, video, or message chat. Let the gratitude flow. Visit BetterHelp.com/healthieryou today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/healthieryou.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah. A little Motorhead, 6:40 on a Friday morning. Kayal and Company. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube, 855-839-1210. The hilarity, the comedy, all the meltdowns over Trump victory #2. That's coming up in the cut sheet at 7:45. We will give you a lot of data points and some exit polling information before we get there because there's a lot of it. There's a lot of very pertinent stuff out there, and a lot of it is very, very good news. I just wanted to, before we get to that, though, you have a lot of people taking a point of contention with the way the election played out, the Democrats, especially those on left-wing television, it's not so much the race card they're playing, it's the gender and sex card this time around. And now they are really targeting Hispanic and Latino males for voting for Trump. I've got some specific exit poll data on different genders and races we'll get to in a minute. So you have that. You have the court cases, as Turley laid out. They're basically shot to hell at this point. Biden can pardon Trump. Trump can pardon himself. Trump wins. It's the greatest jury verdict of all time. He basically gets his get out of jail for free card on these absurd cases. And then, of course, you have the cabinet that's going to be starting to be filled out. I would imagine Trump will have it probably filled out by the holidays, perhaps as early as Thanksgiving. And we got the chief of staff last night in Susan Wiles, a 67-year-old lady who is a New Jersey native. So that's pretty cool. So, Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on anything from the court cases to the beginning of the cabinet as we make sense of what lies ahead here in the Trump future?
Yeah, I think for Susie Wiles, what's cool is because remember she worked on his campaign, obviously, but she also was involved in the work for DeSantis in Florida. So she's a real veteran of politics, and she, really worked for Donald Trump's, 2016 Florida campaign director, senior advisor here on the 2024 bid. So she's somebody who has been with him, for nearly 10 years, I believe or at least 9 years she's been with Trump.
First female chief of staff, correct?
That is correct.
And she's the second female campaign manager to win a presidential election. The first
was Kellyanne
Conway.
So
Jersey girls.
Boy, I got to say, for him being a misogynist and for women hating him, he's certainly elevating women, isn't he?
Yeah, that's correct.
But Susie Wiles, and of course the media will never give her any credit or say what Greg just said. And so she's, they're crediting her with running. This was a disciplined, professional campaign operation. And you think about the ground game, and you guys have said, pointed out that I always said, come on, GOP, you're getting played. They didn't get played this time.
Yeah, I think you have to retire that slogan and phrase, Dawn.
I know.
And I hope I never have to hear it again, specifically in 2028. Hopefully that's buried and we can eulogize that phrase because
Amen,
they took the advice and they got it done. And here we are. Let me give some of these numbers. So this is a pretty interesting graph. I think we have this for YouTube. If you could throw up the margin of victory, Phil, 2020 and 2024. So yesterday, this was put out from Americom, and you can see it right now. And if you're on YouTube, it's pretty simple. You'll see the margin in which Trump won or lost the state in 2020 versus what he did in 2024 and what the shift is for Trump. Now, this is significant because Donald Trump improved 4 years later in 49 out of 50 states. The only state that he dropped was in the state of Washington in the Great Pacific Northwest, where he dropped a 0.3 of a point. But this is interesting because his top 4 states where he saw the biggest gains, his double-digit gains, were all blue states. California, a 12-point shift. He lost it by 29 points 4 years ago. He lost it by 17 this time around. New York, which he campaigned in. He held rallies in the Bronx, the Harlem Bodega, Madison Square Garden. He trimmed his loss in half 4 years later. He lost by 23 points in 2020. He lost by 11.5 this time around. Then you see New Jersey, almost an 11-point gain. Maryland, a 10-point gain. The first red state where he had a gain with the highest level of a gain was in Florida, where he went from a 3-point win 4 years ago to a 13-point win. Tennessee, he went up 6.5 points. Pennsylvania, he went up 3 points. 4 years ago, Trump lost Pennsylvania by 1.2 percentage points. This time around, he won it by 1.9 points, which is a gain of 3.1 points. So I thought that was very interesting. And then I have in front of me the NBCnews.com national exit polls. And there's a couple of data points to pull out of here that show you just the level of diversity in which voters are rallying behind Trump. 46% of Latinos voted for Donald Trump. 39% of Asian voters voted for Donald Trump. 33% of Trump's votes came from non-white voters. And with black men, it was 21%. Now, I was wrong on the overall black vote. He only got 13%. Stocker, I got to give you credit. Trump only went up 1 point from 12% to 13%. But it was black women that were his vulnerability, as he only got 7% of the black female vote. He got 21% of the black male vote for a total of 13%. And then when you look at it by generation, okay? So you had 18 to 24-year-olds, the Utes, the Gen Zers, right? The early Gen Zers, 42%. 25 to 29-year-olds, 45% for Trump. But it was really the Gen Xers and the youngest group of the baby boomers. And by the way, we thought 65 plus was going to be Trump's vulnerability.
Yeah.
They split it, 49-49, Trump-Harris.
Is that a decrease, though, for Trump?
That I don't know.
Because I think it is.
NBC is not showing me that.
Yeah.
But it looks like it was really the Gen Xers. The younger millennials,
which we've been saying for months.
Yes, it's the Stocker generation.
Yep.
Greg and I are at the opposite spectrum of Gen X.
Yeah. Okay,
right, and so that is right in that wheelhouse. Think about what those individuals are doing. So they have kids. They might have bonus kids, right?
Yep.
You still want to keep your full-time job. You want to help the kids go through college, go through private school.
Yep.
And so that's your generation where you are somebody who cares deeply about what? The economy.
Yeah.
And not just the economy, your 401k.
Yep. And also, if you are in the portion of Gen X like Dawn is, kind of right around that cutoff point, and let's say you had kids at a younger age than you did, Dawn, because your boys are, what, 18 and 16?
Yes, but remember, a lot of career women like me, I have adult bonus kids.
Yes.
So I married a single dad, teenage kids they were middle school at the time.
Yep.
And so that's a piece of it. I can't tell you how many people are in that boat. And so no matter what that is, you're helping the older ones go through, paying for the down payment on their home.
Right.
You're paying for their wedding.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You want to go on great trips and have a quality of life.
Or even if, let's just say for you, Dawn, let's say your kids were 25 and 26. They're out of college. They're out of grad school, whatever it is. And you're looking around and you're saying, you know what? We don't need a 3,200 square foot home anymore. It's time to downsize. Well, where do you go? Because, your home is more valuable than it's ever been. But, by the way, you're going to pay an arm and a leg to downsize as well. So it's kind of a good problem to have, but you're stuck in your big house.
Yeah, that's why, seriously, everybody I know, they've been fixing up their house. Because, first of all, to your point, the housing market, even though rates... the Fed did cut that 0.25 percentage point yesterday as we thought. But the truth is there's nothing that you can buy. You'll get a lot for your current house.
Yeah.
Where the heck, unless you own a second property,
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're not going to find anything.
And we're in these houses too, Dawn. But I'm not speaking for you because I don't know your financial situation, but we're stuck in this house, not stuck in this house, but we're locked in at an interest rate that's amazing right now for my house. So why would I want to move?
Why would you go?
And buy a bigger house for more money at a higher interest rate?
Right.
It's just stupid math. Yep. So, to Dawn's point, we contemplated possibly moving, and then we were like, no, let's just fix up this house. Let's put money into it, and stay here. And I think a lot of Gen X did that.
Yes, they did. So we gave you some of the specific counties earlier in the show, and the boroughs and the suburbs and the townships within Montgomery and Bucks County. I just want to give you the general numbers here for both Monco and Bucks. So Harris did beat Trump in Montgomery County, as you would expect, but she earned a shocking 11,300 fewer votes in the county than Joe Biden did in 2020. Trump, meanwhile, won over 8,000 more votes than he did 4 years years ago. So that's a 19,000 vote swing. Now, Trump ended up winning 14 municipalities in Monco. Harris won 47. So that's still 3-1 advantage Kamala Harris. And 81% of registered voters in Montgomery County ended up turning out and voting in the election, which is a 3-point drop-off from 4 years ago.
And Bucks County, he's the first Republican to win Bucks County since 1988.
That's correct.
George Bush Sr.,
yes.
I believe.
Yeah. And if you want to see how close Bucks really was, remember the registered voter count flipped back in favor of Republicans by 5,000, yet Trump won Bucks County by a total of 512 votes. This is amazing. You talk about razor thin. 304 precincts in Bucks County. Trump won 49.4% to Harris's 49.2%. Trump had 195,147 votes. She had 194,635. Wow. You do the math, it was decided by 512 votes. That is staggering.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's like if you're a college basketball fan, every time Duke and Carolina play each year, they've played like 100 times the last 50 years.
Yeah.
They've literally split the results 50-50.
Really?
It's a staggering. It's like, how is that possible? How can it be that close all the time? Yet it is. Of the 54 municipalities, Trump won 35, and Harris took 19 of those. So there's your Bucks and Montgomery breakdown, and we will give you a couple of more numbers on the other side, and then we'll get to the goodies with the soundbite.
Shout out some townships in the YouTube chat or on Twitter, and Nick will read them off for you.
I'll actually give you how your own street did.
Oh.
Let me just say something that this is interesting with local media versus the Associated Press has called the McCormick race. That
just now
the Associated Press has said no.
I thought they did it last night.
They did it last night.
Yeah,
but local stations are still reporting that there is this counting.
They're still counting.
It's back and forth. But the Associated Press is saying that as of 4 p.m. last night, that as I say, McCormick 33,000 votes. There are local stations that are saying that they're saying every vote must still be counted.
Yeah.
So there's a back and forth on this, but by all accounts, I mean, Dave McCormick has won this thing.
Yeah.
But there's like this stubbornness to say we're still going to do the count.
It's funny that no energy out of Casey Jr. ever, except when it comes to this. He's like, we need to keep counting.
Got to keep the family legacy alive.
Got to keep doing this.
I want 24 years in office, not 18. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get some news from Dawn to kick off hour number 2, and then which polls were accurate and which ones were disasters, and who packed it in the middle of election night. An interesting story from a guy that gets a ton of run in the media as a pollster. It's Kayal and Company, and we are back after this.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This holiday season, spread some cheer by stopping by Cozy Jewelers for their Black Friday toy drive. From November 23rd through the 30th, save 20% off select in-stock items at Cozy Jewelers when you bring in a new unwrapped toy. Paul Cozy will help you pick out the perfect gift that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for their Black Friday toy drive, November 23rd through the 30th, or CozyJewelers.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention PHT listeners. The Bush Auto Group is bringing you, the listener of this station, exclusive year-end savings. Visit bushautogroup.com/save. That's bushautogroup.com/SAVE to unlock these special limited time offers. If you're searching for the perfect new or pre-owned vehicle, now is the time to act. These offers are insane. Head to bushautogroup.com/save and grab your exclusive year-end offers today. Philly rides with us.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
It's the sound of my gun. It's the sound.
7:01, hour number 2 of Kayal Company underway. The Jimmy Fallon Hey Girl always gets me every single time I hear that. Jimmy Kelly, I'm going to need that Jimmy Fallon Hey Girl on my board.
By the way, if you have not done so yet, and by the way, everybody watching on YouTube sees my Politics and Pints cup here that I have that you can get if you go. There's a Politics and Pints next week. Rich Zioli and Jimmy Fallon at the Media Theater in Media, Pennsylvania. All our Delco listeners, get out there. We might open up a few more VIP seats because I know a lot of people have been asking about that. So we might meet and greet. It's like VIP meet and greet. We might open up a few more of those. So 1210WPHT.com. All the info is right there. It's next Wednesday, November 13th. Media Theater, Media PA. Tickets are going really fast because we just went on sale like 3 days ago. It was kind of a late start, but get your tickets now before they sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Permission to make a suggestion on future Politics and Pints episodes?
Yeah,
we got to do episodes. I sound like an old man. I'm going to put on my programs today and pull up my clicker and sit in my recliner. We got to do these on a Friday. Because there's pints involved, right? So
I understand what you're saying. It is hard, but it's dependent on the theater schedule. It's depending on the
just
host
one man's
schedule.
view. One man's view.
I got you.
All right,
1210WPHT.com.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to give you who was accurate, who was not bad, and who was a disaster when it came to the battleground states with their polling information. We'll get to that. And also, did you know that Tim Walz couldn't even win the county? I shouldn't say Tim Walz specifically, but Kamala and Tim Walz. They couldn't even win Tim Walz's home county against Donald Trump in a county in which they've had success in the past as Democrats. We'll get to that story coming up. And then the university meltdowns from Columbia and Harvard in the Ivy Leagues to BYU, which is a Mormon institution, all the way out to the Pacific Northwest, as a lot of students needed to take a grief day, a mental health day. They just couldn't process it, right?
God.
I think that's what the clinicians say. You got to take time to process, right? Like if you've ever been to therapy, you got to process. I'm not like taking shots at people that've been to therapy, but process is a word they use. You got to be able to process, what's going on in your life. They had to stay in their dorms yesterday, folks, and on Wednesday.
Oh God,
they had to sleep in their bunk beds and then go down and get their Starbucks and get on TikTok and just let it out of their system.
So disgraceful. It's so disgraceful. It really is.
What do you think the World War II vets that are alive today think of these punks?
Maybe we should ask them next week.
I really will.
We talk to them.
I really will.
Just yeah. By the way, next week, every day next week, we will be featuring a new World War II veteran. Some of them obviously are not still alive, so we will have family members of them talking about grandparents or whatever. So it's going to be a great. And I got a lot of emails yesterday, so I will sift through them after the show today and get back to you guys. So thank you.
All right, very good. 7:04. Let's get to the news. Round number 2. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
And good morning. This Friday morning, November 8th, we are sponsored by Malvern Retreat House this morning, following stories across our region, including a woman in the Fox Chase neighborhood, a woman's body found in a shallow grave in a park, disturbing for neighbors as police investigate. And pending the autopsy results, we don't have the identification of this victim or the manner of her death. We have for SEPTA, no deal, no strike. That's the headline this morning, as some 5,500 SEPTA workers are not striking, despite the fact that a little over 7 hours ago, their contract expired. They continue to be on the job, and that means transporting not only workers, but tens of thousands of Philadelphia school children, some 55,000 school children who rely on SEPTA to get to and from school. So those contract talks continue, and we're watching that very carefully. And then we've been following the story nationwide and here in our region, Lower Merion, Upper Darby students receiving these strange anonymous text messages, these racist text messages saying that they've been randomly chosen to work in a cotton picking farm, and they'll be picked up in a brown van very bizarre situation that is under investigation by local authorities, school officials sending out letters to parents on the main line in Delaware County, Montgomery County. And we're learning more and more about these kids and adults who are receiving these strange anonymous racist text messages post-election day. Very strange. As far as the big race that's making headlines this morning is, and this is according to the AP, and even the Philadelphia Inquirer says, Dave McCormick has won. That's one of the headlines this morning. The way they word this thing is curious to me, because they're saying that the counting continues in this hotly contested Senate race here in Pennsylvania with incumbent Bob Casey. To my knowledge, Casey Jr. has not conceded officially yet.
Yeah, I mean, if the Inquirer has said McCormick is the winner, I mean, what else do you need to do for everybody else to acknowledge it, right? And the Associated Press. I mean, you're talking about the most widespread wire service in the country, maybe on the planet, and the local paper.
So the Associated Press, they are saying that the election, they've declared the victory. They call it an apparent victory. It's an apparent victory for Republican Dave McCormick. It's obviously considered a major upset victory, beating the longtime career politician, 3-term incumbent Bob Casey, and the aspect of this giving the GOP the key win in the Senate, where the Republicans now hold 53 seats.
Mm-hmm.
And so they say, quote, while votes continue to be counted any way you slice it. This is from McCormick's communications director, Elizabeth Gregory, releasing a statement. While the votes continue to be counted any way you slice it, quote, Dave McCormick will be the next United States Senator from Pennsylvania. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So, to my knowledge, I'm not seeing that Casey has conceded as of yet. His campaign did put out that social media statement quoting Al Schmidt. I talked about this earlier, Secretary of the Commonwealth. Quote, every legitimate vote must be counted in every election. We ask for patience as county election officials continue the work of counting the ballots. So why did the Associated Press do this? Because it's a percentages and a number game. And so, they're saying that this is all about the margins, and so that's really what they look at. And even though these are mostly provisional, mostly military ballots, they're saying that if you look at the calculation, if you look at the margins, there's basically no way that this changes, that McCormick wins it. And so, it's all their algorithms, their numbers, how they figure things out. And it's okay in all the other states, because we had states that were even closer than this one. I'll point you to, what was it in, I believe in Michigan, where a Democrat won, an incumbent won, and that one, boom, they called it, everybody, but this one a little more stubborn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a piece of it, if I'm being really honest here, it's embarrassing for Democrats here in Pennsylvania, because you look at the GOP picking up 2 Pennsylvania U.S. House seats. Representative Susan Wild, we've talked a lot about this one, and she's an incumbent in the 7th district. She's beat Matt Cartwright in the 8th district, conceding yesterday, or on Wednesday, I should say, the AP calling both of those races just yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so you look at all of these Republicans who are, winning these. It's embarrassing.
It's the red wave that we expected 2 years ago. It just came 2 years later than expected, locally and nationally.
Yeah. So one of them, I will say this, that the headline in the Inquirer that caught my eye was that Republicans flipping the Northeast Philadelphia state Senate seat. The inside Democrats are calling this the most embarrassing part of these election results, because it's 29-year-old Joe Picozzi who becomes we talked about it in the win column, obviously, during our election coverage, but they're headlining this, and it's just like such rubbing their noses in it for Democrats.
Yep.
And by the way, Joe Picozzi, as I've reported this all week, he was not endorsed by the Republican Party. Okay, in Philadelphia, he is a complete outsider, 29 years old. But I will point out the Doherty name means something, and this is the Democrat Sean Doherty he won his reelection in that tight Northeast Philadelphia State House race. So for Doherty, I think I will say this. I think this was about branding, and I think that Sean Doherty winning that reelection for him, that was against a tough challenger, Aziz Gill, and that's the 172nd district in the State House. So Doherty, the Democrat, was able to keep this Northeast Philadelphia district, this one, blue. Yeah. So this leaves Democrats and Republicans tied at 101 to 101 for control of the Pennsylvania State House.
Okay.
So, you think about that. That was a key. This was key because I think Democrats have feared, oh my goodness, we not only lost a major national embarrassment, but at least the Democrats could hold this tie for the control in the State House, in the House, not the Senate, obviously.
Yep. And I think as long as Republicans continue to deliver results, those numbers are going to keep shifting. So you just got to get it done now.
Get her done. So we're talking about all of this and our sponsor, Malvern Retreat House. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house, located, of course, in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House, hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and so much more. Retreat from the noise, hear God's voice. MalvernRetreat.com. The all-important forecast. And it is important that we do mention for you that there are red flag warnings as far as we have not had a significant rain for 40 days. We really need this rain. So this is a cooler morning, but temperatures remain mild into this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine, 72 degrees. Winds will be gusty during the afternoon, gusting up to 30 miles an hour, and that's why they're putting out these red flag warnings. We know about the Jersey forest fires burning, but it's an elevated risk for the entire region for the spread of these wildfires. So they're asking anybody, please, do not do a campfire, that sort of thing. Be cautious about this. Tomorrow turning cooler, but it's another sunny, bright day with the high of just 58 degrees. And then Sunday, clouds rolling in, tracking the chance of some showers, just lighter showers later in the day. And the high on your Sunday, 62 degrees. And I'll mention over the weekend, because Monday, obviously, Veterans Day. But over the weekend, many of these Veterans Day commemorations and things over the weekend. So it'll be a nice weekend. I think that the rain showers hold off until Sunday later. Monday, Veterans Day, a lingering shower that's earlier in the morning. Otherwise, the sun returns with a beautiful Monday, Veterans Day for us, high of 68 degrees. Because I know a lot of people will be out and about over the weekend, and especially on Monday. So Tuesday, the sunshine continues. Our next chance for some rain looks like Thursday, but I don't see a measurable rain. And so we're increasing now 40 plus days without much needed rain. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Marilyn. She is in Delaware, and she's got a message for the Hollywood elites. Marilyn, good morning.
Good morning. I think that we should take a mental day, a mental year, for all these stupid Hollywood people that are whining because Trump is president. I think him and his family have been through enough with this world, and they need to knock it off. Because if we took a mental day, they wouldn't say it's because Biden and wackadoo are in office.
Biden and wackadoo. I think I like wackadoo better than my nickname I gave Tim Walz, which is Mr. Potato Head. Which, by the way, he lost his home county where he grew up in. That's almost impossible to do.
Exactly, and it just goes to show that we're just tired of the Democrats. They're whining, and The View. Oh, my God. I just can't even. Yeah. They need Jesus is what they need.
Marilyn, do you watch The View weekdays? Is that a show that you tune into just to get your kicks and giggles?
No.
Okay.
I don't want here. I could watch it, you know what I mean? Just to get a laugh or two.
Yeah.
But I don't want to give them credit that I'm
Right.
watching it, so I don't watch it at all.
Right. So
Because-
basically what you just told me was this.
Nick, now listen.
Yeah.
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 I love Marilyn.
Marilyn, I got you on my board. Do you know how special that is for you? That that's got to go. You need to put that on your LinkedIn or your Wikipedia page, right at the top of your resume. You made the Kayal and Company board.
Woo!
One more time. Here you go, Marilyn. Here you go.
Nick, now listen. You know what? You're so adorable. You guys do make my day. And
Thank
Dawn,
you. Dawn,
don't you ever
Don't you
put
ever.
yourself there because you are gorgeous inside and out.
Oh,
you
thank
truly
you.
are.
Thank you.
Yes.
We love you, Marilyn.
Yes. Don't cut your hair, Dawn.
I'm taking-
I think that's what she said.
I'm taking credit for Dawn's beauty. by the way.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
taking
Thank
credit
you.
for it.
He's the beauty brand manager.
All right, 855-839-1210. I've got a couple of data points, and I promise them we'll be done with the numbers because I know it's not exhilarating. But let's face it, we spent months and months and months. Heck, we spent years looking at polls. Who was able to get it right? Who got it wrong? We'll give you those numbers. And then also we've got university meltdowns on the way. If we don't get to them before the cut sheet, they'll come up during the cut sheet. And I also want to read a text that I got from one of my golf buddies in Bluebell, who's a hardcore Zeoli Army listener. I met him at the conclusion of the bike ride at the Bend to Shore bike tour ride in Atlantic City on July 21st. And he sent me this text breaking down where he thinks they got it wrong. I want to read it because I think it's one of the most accurate, spot-on things I've ever read, and I'll give some credit for that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are off to paradise once again, the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in Italy, A+ rating with the BBB, Better Business Bureau, Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Call toll-free 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com, conservativetours.com. You'll see, if you scroll down, you'll see a full description, even pictures of some of these hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. And we will conclude this incredible tour on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. It's the trip of a lifetime. I'm texting back and forth. I've made lifetime friends. And so many of those of you who went on the trip last year to southern Italy are already signing up for this one. So if you're thinking about this, I encourage you to do it quickly because it's selling out fast. Conservativetours.com. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you working out, eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. But now, there's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code Radio50. That's promo code Radio50 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code Radio50.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com. res-q.com, or call a rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Grow your savings even when rates are falling when you open a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings account. You can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds and no withdrawal penalties. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
I'm here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low-threshold or low-entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com. TrustPJ.com.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is here, and it's the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection sales event. It is much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team of experts. They will treat you like family and get you a great deal on a new or pre-owned Lexus. For the best selection and great service, visit LexusofCherryHill.com. That's Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-481-4455. 800-481-4455. That's 800-481-4455.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Holy cow. It's Kayal and Company, 724. It is a Friday morning. Just a reminder, our buddy Sean Farish normally joins us about an hour from now at 8:30. He's got a wedding to attend, and he is traveling. I guess he has to fly out of Tennessee for that. So he will not join us today, but we will have him on Monday at 8:30.
Veterans Day special.
Veterans Day special of the 47th President of the United States.
I didn't even realize this, guys. Monday for Odyssey is a holiday, but we'll be working. Don't worry.
Oh, well,
It's a holiday.
Of course.
Seems like every day is a holiday around here except for Tuesday. What do I know? I just make observations.
Is anybody even in the building but us?
Hello.
I'm telling you.
Sometimes.
We used to just invite people. They would never even know, Greg. We just had in the hub there. They wouldn't even know. We could sneak people in.
Yes. Stocker goes down by the hub. He goes past his cubicle and he's like,
"Where are you? Hello."
Nobody there. It's unbelievable.
Hello.
On autopilot. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Holland Floor Covering. It's the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer. New carpet creates a cozy atmosphere in your home and can add warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. Free samples, no obligation estimates, hollandfloor.com. So I'll give you the numbers here real quickly on Tim Walz' home county.
This is awesome.
It's amazing. The New York Post, of course, with this one. Failed Veep candidate Tim Walz couldn't even beat Trump in his home county in a telling final blow. They write the following: President-elect Trump's overwhelmingly win saw him net 49.6% of the vote in Minnesota's Blue Earth County, where Walz's family lived for over 20 years before he was elected governor. Walz's running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, fell short with about 48.3% of the vote. That is a reversal from 2020, when President Biden handily won the county with 51% of the vote to Trump's 46.5%. That, according to Politico. So you can't win your home county. Odds are you're going to struggle across the board, and that is confirmed. And what I think also is confirmed, so my buddy Joe, he goes by the name Joe Snow. I won't give his last name, but he is a big listener of this station. He loves all the shows, and I met him on July 21st when we completed the bike ride. And he knows that I'm a big golfer. He's a big golfer, and he's trying to get me to join one of the local clubs in Bluebell. And we text from time to time, and he sent me this text last night. And I think this really is the epitome of what happened. He called this the lessons of the election. He said, America is a center-right country at heart. Only 25% are liberal, and the other 75% won't be ruled by the 25. I don't know if that math is accurate, but the general consensus I feel like is pretty accurate. And here's where I really, really agree with all the different bullet points he gives me. No data, just themes. Campaigns are about issues and serious proposals and positions, and you can't avoid having them. Kamala avoided those. Demonizing opponents and using lawfare to try to jail your opponents can and will backfire. Voters don't listen to Hollywood celebrities when it comes to voting. Most voters see Hollywood as great for entertaining, but is far removed from their concerns when it comes to voting. The working class and middle class America voters are done being disrespected by college elites. They want real merit-based opportunities, not government subsidies. Identity politics is ultimately losing politics, as voters care more about issues, not the identity when living their lives. Young people are waking up and beginning to reject woke politics, and their turn to the center is the surprise of the election. America wants a country with real borders and a working immigration system. America's innovation comes from preserving freedom and opportunity, not from government direction. America supports Israel and sees Iran as the enemy of civilization. The mainstream media allowing itself to become a tool for a political party and an ideology and needs to reform itself or it will perish. And finally, Joe Biden should never have run for re-election. I agree with pretty much everything right there, right down the list. This is not a difficult thing to process. I know the left and the media is going to talk about sexism and racism and this and that, and I can't believe you took his crap and you're going to, sign up for dictator on day one and all this stuff. No, it's just about policy, the economy, immigrations, crime, and wars. Those four were advantage Trump. That's why he won. And people are not, you can spin the economy any way, which way you want. You can talk about the stock market. You can talk about this, that, or the other thing. But when everything is so stinking expensive, unless you're in the 1%, you do feel the pinch, right? Doesn't matter if you make 100 grand or 50 grand, it's impacting your lives. Unless you're a millionaire, unless you make 700 grand a year and life will be just fine, we've all been impacted by it. And I think it's very, very simple to understand that. But, all the talking heads, Joy Reid, they'll sit there and label Hispanic males as sexist and misogynist. But I just wanted to give these polls, and then we're going to give some of these calls here a run, too. So, according to state forecasting and the accuracy by each organization, Pollfair broke down who was good with the battleground state projections and who failed. I'll start at the bottom. Cook Report. The Cook Report only got 14% of their polling correct. Siena at 14%. CBS at 25%. The Washington Post at 33%. Bloomberg and CNN at 30%. Quinnipiac at 40%. Nate Silver's 538, 43%. By the way, there's a story out there that Nate Silver apparently packed it in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Because he was so off.
He was forecasting, and then all of a sudden he was just like, I'm done.
I'm done.
Just a correction there. Nate Silver doesn't own 538 anymore.
Oh, that's right. He sold that,
yeah,
correct.
So 538 is his own separate thing from what Nate Silver does.
Gotcha.
Not that it matters, because honestly, all of these polling things are irrelevant anymore.
Suffolk and Morning Consult and Marist, 50%. Fox, 50%. Wall Street Journal, 50%. Emerson, 57%. Here's the ones that were actually pretty good. Real Clear Politics, 71%. Insider Advantage, 71%. Trafalgar, 71%. Rasmussen, 86%. Poll Fair, which is the source of this, 86%. And Atlas Intel was 100% accurate. So they aced
100% accurate?
They aced all 7 swing states. Now, I don't know beyond picking Trump-Harris in those swing states what the other data points that they judge and correct your score on. I don't know if they were doing Senate and the House and local races, but whatever this is, Atlas Intel was 100%.
Well, speaking of all of this, since we're on this, Phil, can you pull up cut 10 here? If you guys remember, polling Nostradamus, Alan Lichtman.
Yes.
Remember his points.
I think he was 10-1 going into this election.
First, he said it was going to be Biden, and then when we switched over to Kamala Harris, it was Kamala Harris. Of course, he was wrong because his touch tones were nonsense, or his touch points were nonsense. But what did he say after this spectacular loss? Cut 10, Phil.
Look, my prediction for this presidential election was wrong.
Yeah.
I own up to it.
Okay.
Right now, I am taking time off today, Wednesday, through my live show Thursday. My aim is to assess why the keys were wrong and what we can learn from this era and what the election means for the future of our country going forward. The show will be at 9 p.m. Thursday, November 7th, at Alan Lichtman YouTube.
Okay. So he's taking a 36-hour sabbatical.
Yeah.
He's going to reassess. It's like me on a Sunday in the NFL when I go 1-6. I look at my wife and I say, you know what? I'm not going to bet Monday Night Football, honey. I'm not going to bet Sunday night. I'm going to do some audits. I'm going to look at my numbers, and I'll start firing again next week.
Amen.
God, these guys are. By the way, who cares that you got it wrong, right? Like this world of people. And by the way, I didn't make a prediction on this election because I didn't have a strong feeling one way or the other as to what would happen.
Well, you had a strong feeling who you wanted to win.
Oh, yeah, I voted at Stony Creek Elementary, but I couldn't sit there. A lot like Frank Luntz. He's like, I can't call it. Nobody should call it. This thing is, and yes, you can sit here and say, well, I knew for a year Trump was going to win. You got it right, but it's predictions. I don't understand why people are scared to make predictions. Who cares if you get it wrong? I guess if you're technically in the prediction business, which we're not, we're in the ratings and revenue business. Who cares, Alan Lichtman? You don't need to you don't need to tell us you're taking a day off. Is anybody going to notice you're gone for a day?
It's not about you.
I know.
You're right?
I mean, Dawn Stenslin should take a victory lap because she was pretty spot on.
And Dawn deserves a ton of credit for getting McCormick. Because Greg and I kind of busted her chops saying
poo-pooed it.
I was like, he'll probably lose by 6 to 8 points.
Yep.
And you nailed it, Dawn.
Yes, you did.
I think.
Good job.
I mean, part of it is I will say that for McCormick, I'll compare these two, Dave McCormick, as well as Ryan McKenzie. These are two people who just ran, I think, honorable campaigns, door-to-door type campaigns, and there was nothing really flashy. I mean, Ryan McKenzie is incredible. I noticed him a while ago and just said, I just like this guy. And he's everything as far as, a young guy. He and his wife have a 7-month-old baby. I mean, I would love to do a documentary on this guy. You know what I mean? As this young man ran for state office, was a financial guy, MBA, that sort of thing, and just a no-nonsense, right down the middle kind of a guy. And he was outspent. I mean, nobody thought he was going to win. I just had him on because I liked him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I just thought, just get to know this good guy. And so he came on yesterday, and he's just so adorable, like saying, well, we need a bigger minivan because my wife, is going to go with me and back to D.C., which is a hike. But just to hear him talking about, just a hardworking guy.
Yeah.
So I think with McCormick, I want to watch these two as they, obviously in different places in their lives, but it's fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that all the celebrities, a lot of people are just losing their minds over this, but these two individuals, they're for them to be called anything other than, good people who really are patriots, who believe in our country and want to do right. And that's what's disappointing. Nobody points that out, that with all this crazy rhetoric, come on already.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what the other side and even the so-called mainstream media has said about not just the Trump family, but all these different individuals. Many of them are not public people,
right?
Yeah. And they're and so their character question and all. Just stop already.
Yeah, Democrats spent a lot of money in
sir.
defeat in this cycle,
Yes, sir.
Especially at the top of the ticket with Harris, $1.2 billion.
By the way, since we're taking care of some family business here, first, Road Warrior, who I believe I said yesterday called the Electoral College almost exactly at 312. Good for you. He tweeted me this morning and said, victory laps are fun, but while everyone is staring at shiny objects, the GOP is going to have a secret ballot for Senate leadership on November 13th. So
we reported that. That was like yesterday that story broke with McConnell.
Sean Farish is all for Rand Paul.
I'm not against it. The way he grilled and took Fauci to task during the COVID court cases and all that testimony.
Yep.
By the way, has anybody seen Fauci? Has anybody heard from Fauci? Where'd Fauci go?
And also, let's keep our eye on that. Also, I was in deep conversations yesterday with lawyers here.
Deep
conversation with lawyers here yesterday. And we are, in fact, going to do the Jimmy Matthews, one of our listeners and YouTube chatters, will be running up the Art Museum steps next week.
Woohoo!
We have to decide on a date. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure.
Thursday might be rainy. So.
Even better.
No,
even better. On. Oh, Jimmy knows I love him. Come on.
Jimmy's a great sport.
He is a great sport. He could have just easily vanished. And be like, no, I'm not doing that. But he's like, no, I'm going to do this. He emailed me yesterday and wanted to know if we were supplying the boxers or is he?
Oh, jeez.
We need some Kayal and Company, like PJ boxer pants.
Yeah.
Jimmy, DM me your size. I'll go to Target for you. All right?
Get some.
I need to get the reason we're going to do it next week is because I want to get a Talk Radio 1210 WPHT flag. For him to wave up the Art Museum steps.
Now, he's a great LaSalle College High School grad. Maybe we could get the LaSalle College High School band out there. You know what I mean? Because he's...
So, yes, what I'm asking, that's a really good idea. What I'm asking is, I know we're probably going to do it in the 8:30-ish time frame on one of these days next week. I'm not sure which one. We'll let you know. But I would like some listeners to show up there and cheer them on, heckle them,
that
whatever.
Would be so much
You know
fun.
what I mean? It's going to be. We'll have a video crew down there, so you can see it all here on YouTube. But it would be better if listeners would show up there and cheer him on.
Yes.
So we'll do it next week. I'll get on Monday. I will tell you the exact date and the exact time when we are going to do it. But he's going to pay off his bet. His bet was that he was going to
man of integrity.
He was going to run up the Art Museum steps with in his boxers with an "I voted for Kamala Harris" sign. We don't necessarily have to do that, but he can do Talk Radio 1210 WPHT because I think that's better. It's more publicity for us, especially when he gets arrested.
I agree. See if you can get a second flag while you're at it. I'm going to put one on the back of my truck. And just drive around with a 1210 flag all of that.
Oh man, that would
be great.
That'd
go over well in Montgomery County.
Oh man,
yeah,
we're very big in Montgomery County.
We are.
How dare you?
Yes, we are.
Do you have those numbers? You can drive around in Trump towns in Montgomery County.
I can do that. Yes, and I also have my Whitpain Township, which is the little township within Bluebell, which was again 2-1 Harris. So yeah, I'm surrounded by all the crazies.
I'm asking everybody on YouTube, all the YouTube chatters that like to bust Jimmy's balls. show up on the art museum steps that morning. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure. Maybe Friday.
Okay.
And we will show up and cheer him on. He's being a good sport by doing this.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Let's rip through a couple of quick calls here before we get to the cut sheet coming up on the other side. We were talking about the McCormick race. Phil is right here in Center City with the little legal analysis on the McCormick-Casey race. Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I love your show. Dawn, there's a St. Jude for you in heaven in the hereafter, putting up with these two guys every day.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
It's not an easy task.
It's not an easy task. She hates every minute of it.
I do not.
Anyway, it's been a while since I looked at this statute, but if it's still valid, the requirement in Pennsylvania is for any statewide office, if the difference between the two candidates is 0.5% or less, the Secretary of Commonwealth is required to order a recount. That recount would have to start by 5 p.m. next Thursday, the 14th. I mean, it has to be ordered by then. It has to start by Wednesday, the 20th, and it has to finish by noon on Tuesday, the 26th, which would mean for Thanksgiving that turkey Casey would be gone, I hope.
And this is what, zero? Currently it's at 0.3%, I believe is the number, Dawn, which qualifies, right? Because it's under 0.5.
It's just under.
It's just under.
It's just under it, but
okay.
With
thank you, Phil.
About 100,000. I mean, I did report that yesterday. But
I thought so.
With all the the algorithms that they're looking at and tracing, it just McCormick is way ahead. So I don't see the scenario by which this changes, and that's what the Associated Press, that's what everybody's looking at today.
Yes, indeed.
But, okay, they're continuing to count.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming up next, we will get to some of the sound bites of people on social media losing their ever-loving mind over a Trump victory or, in their eyes, a Harris defeat. It's Kayal and Company, and the cut sheet is coming up next.
That's right, it is. Every Friday night, which is tonight, by the way, FanDuel and partners. Thank God. Thank God it's Friday. Oof. Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, giving all customers a bigger payout on a select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on all the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to do 15 points, and so much more. It makes watching the game so much more fun because, let's face it, the 76ers blow. It's just, I don't know any other way to say it. So it makes watching the basketball games so much more fun. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you want. So you don't have to even sit through a Sixers blowout if you don't want to. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app, and you to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more. Do it tonight. Do it tonight. What else are you doing? Sit outside. It's gonna be a nice night. Don't burn a campfire because it's illegal now, apparently. Make every moment more with FanDuel, and just scroll through the FanDuel app. It'll be fun. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, customers like Jeremy trust us to connect them with only the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
I feel like she really kind of made a connection with me. She knew something about my personality, knew a little bit about me. Now I'm really confident about getting out there and just getting it done.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. That's a real deal you don't want to miss. So join Jeremy and experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Does your broker say, "We're different. We're a fiduciary. We only make money when you make money"? A fiduciary duty puts the investing consumer first before the self-serving interests of the licensed professional. So the reality is, no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the nation to record all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee of Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility to our investing clients.
Rob Lukens, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. We saw our portfolio grow 15%. The interest we made through Crash Proof's investments, we keep it. I've actually never seen a fee in my life with Crash Proof. Never, ever in my life have I ever had that with a broker. Pick the phone up, call. It's simple.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know I travel a lot, right? I'm in New York, I'm on the road, I'm in Pittsburgh, covering the election. Well, you know I gotta have a VPN so I can secure my Wi-Fi connection wherever I am. That's why I use VPN from DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro. Privacy Pro is great. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. Listen, when you are on the road, or even when you're home, you gotta have your Wi-Fi connection secure. And with DuckDuckGo VPN, it's secured anytime, anywhere, at home, at work, abroad, coffee shop, hotel, wherever you are. And nobody's tracking your data. It's great. It hides your location from sites you visit, and because your connection is encrypted, even your internet service provider can't see your traffic. Look, do it today. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Duckduckgo.com/1210. Get a week on us, and it's only $9.99 a month. Duckduckgo.com/1210.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zeoli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The hell was that? Kayal and Company, 7:49 fine Friday morning. What a beautiful week it has been. After 4 years of darkness, the light has resurfaced. 855-839-1210. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. No Sean Ferris today. He'll join us on Monday at 8:30. Going to be a lot of stuff next week at 8:30. Going to have Sean on Monday, Sean on Friday, Bruno on Wednesday. Guys running around in their underwear at 8:30. 8:30 is going to be appointment radio next week. Good Lord. All right, we'll get to what I think is one of the most interesting stories of the week to come out post-election, and we'll do that after the cut sheet, as the headline says that Donald Trump becomes the most powerful Republican president of the modern era as he has vanquished the Bushes, the Clintons, the Bidens, the Obamas, and the entire establishment of both parties. We'll kick that around coming up probably shortly after 9 o'clock. But right now, let's get to some of the good gems. It's time for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I want to start. One clip I know is from a few days ago, but I'm playing it because I want to have a conversation about the media talking about, one of the things, you read a lot of the exit polls about this group went for this, and this group went for that, and this group. A lot has been made on college-educated versus non-college educated,
yes.
Right?
Yep.
So the Democrats are hanging their hat on, well, we're the smart party. All the smart people are on our side.
Yeah, I've got my doctoral degree from Cambridge.
I'm actually going to start with cut 17, Phil. This is David Axelrod last night, and he said something, and I understand what he's trying to say. But what these guys don't understand is by saying it the way they say it, they sound like condescending a-holes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Condescending a-holes who are just like, well, all the smart people went with us, and you dummies, you voted for Trump.
Yep.
And you're not winning hearts and minds by doing that, my friend, which is one of the big reasons that in the economy, I believe, one of the big reasons why you lost. Play cut 17, Phil.
Heard me over the last few days. I do have concerns about the way the Democratic Party relates to working class voters in this country. The only group that Democrats gained with in the election on Tuesday was white college graduates, and among working class voters there was a significant decline. The only group they Democrats won among were people who make more than $100,000 a year. You can't win national elections that way, and it certainly shouldn't be that way for a party that fashions itself as the party of working people. So I think he has a point. Mike knows this because we've been talking about it. You can't approach working people like missionaries and say, we're here to help you become more like us. There's an kind of unspoken disdain, unintended disdain in that. I think Biden has done, programmatically some good things for working people, but the party itself has increasingly become a smarty pants, suburban, college-educated party, and it lends itself to the kind of backlash that we've seen.
He's not wrong in anything he said. It's just the way he says it. The smarty pants, suburban, college-educated party.
Yep, you're right. And, the thing that's interesting is, and I say this as somebody with a 4-year degree that thought about going to get a master's in criminology, which is the study of crime. I thought about, and I did go to law school for 88 days, and then I quit. This is no wonder why they rejected me 16 years ago. But no, the truth is, there's a lot of smart people out there that say, you know what, if you go to college, you're stupid because you're going to be in debt forever. The trades, right? We had that story from the Wall Street Journal that Gen Z are taking up the trades and they're getting out and they're making $80,000 after 18 months. And they're not in debt.
The Wall Street Journal article that we never got to, that was weeks ago, was the new class of millionaires.
Yes.
Are
HVAC plumbers.
Electricians.
Yep.
People like that. Yes. Some of the smartest people I know. Never went to college.
Yeah.
And I just... it's just they just don't. Even the way they say it is just. Let me start because I'm dying to hear what Dawn has to say too. But this was from a few days ago. But this was the View Sunny host, and I'm sure it's been played on this radio station. But I just want to piggyback off of what David Axelrod was saying, where she was talking about these demographics and the way she said it. Kudos to Alyssa Farah Griffin for calling her out on it. But like they don't even realize what they're saying.
Yeah,
or maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. Cut 18, Phil, go.
Educated white women, is my understanding. You have Latino men actually voting more for him, and you have and black men was not the story. We're not the story here because they voted almost 80% for the vice president.
Right.
So why do you think that uneducated white women voted against their reproductive health freedoms, and why do you think Latino men voted in favor of someone that's going to deport, says he's going to deport the majority of his community?
White women like being called uneducated white women. I think the economy matters, national security matters. But when you put people in these boxes, I think that's a takeaway from this. Right?
Uneducated white women. She doesn't realize what she said.
No. I mean, there's so many people out there that are like, you know, maybe I'm the dumb, right? I'm 40. I'll be 41 in January. I still owe $12,000 on my undergrad degree from Temple. $12,000 18 years later. I'm the dumb, right? I got out of college at 22, went into sports radio. I told you this story in the Lehigh Valley. I got offered $6.50 an hour. My buddy's like, oh, you got hired at ESPN Radio. Congratulations, man. You're probably rolling in the dough. What'd you get, $60,000? No, $6.50 an hour.
So they were private? You took out some private loans?
I took out everything. Yeah, my parents gave me book money. That was it.
But the government loans you have to pay back within 10.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I mean, you know, the pandemic, I paused them, and then when I had my vocal cord issue, I was out of work for like a year and a half. So you know, like those hardships that you can apply for. So it's just you have these people, whether they're HVAC, whether plumbers, you know, people that work in the automotive industry. There's so many good jobs out there that a lot of people are too lazy to do. They think it's beneath them, and these people are going out and they're saying, you know what? No, I'm not going to be in debt, and I'm going to start at 19 and a half, 20 years old. And at that point, you know, you don't have debt, you don't have kids, you're probably not married, you get yourself a nice little apartment, and you're way ahead of those that are getting out of, like, you know, getting their master's degree at 24 years old, and they owe $82,000 in debt. It's super smart, and I'm telling you, you have a lot of these, especially the females. There's a lot of females out there that don't go even beyond community college that find a good job doing, and I don't know what they're doing because I've never had to look for that type of work because I'm not a female, but I don't know. I mean, bartenders make a ton of money if you're at a good joint. I know to be a nurse, you obviously have to have some training and some education, and to become an RN, you need a 4-year degree, but I think it's and think about that too. We thought and we know that Trump's biggest vulnerability is women right now, even though he did better in the election, in the exit polls than we thought. Why would you, if you're a liberal pundit, why would you want to call certain females uneducated? You're going to swing them over into Trump's favor even more.
Well, let me ask you guys this, and maybe Dawn can answer this more because she's a female, even though she yelled at us yesterday for saying that
by the way, Dawn's the toughest one on the show, as well as being the only female.
Kamala was going to take her job. She said, why do you assume she's going to take my job?
Yeah, why was Frank down there doing imaging for Kamala and company? Nobody told me about this change.
By the way, that was that clip, that 1-minute clip is up on YouTube. And
so funny.
Do you think that they realize what they're saying, or do you think that they're just so oblivious that saying uneducated white women or uneducated women, whatever it was, is just so condescending and awful?
I think that they're arrogant.
Yeah,
they're just arrogant.
Yeah. I think Sunny Hostin's so detached from reality. You know, the money she makes to host The View. And keep in mind, by the way, she has a law degree from the University of Notre Dame. So and
she's a very privileged person.
And you can and you could also spin it back into her lap, Dawn. I mean, I would argue, now I don't know if she ever ended up using her law degree. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But I would say it's incredibly stupid to get a we're talking about a jurisprudence doctorate's degree. They call it a JD. It's the equivalent of a medical degree, right? You're a doctor of law. If you spend all that money on law school and finish and then don't use the degree, now she gets a pass because she's on The View probably making way more than she would ever make as a lawyer, but that's an incredibly dumb thing. Law school's 3 or 4 years after college, and most people walk out with $200,000 in debt.
Yeah.
So that would make you the dum-dum if you don't use the degree and make that money back.
Yeah, I really feel like this is this revolution that we saw over the last couple of days has been the revenge of the working class people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that is, I hate to tell them, that's the majority of the people in this country.
It's the heart of America.
It just is.
Yep. As far as college goes, the one thing I will say is that, for me, when I went to school, I chose the education that I could afford because I waitressed my way through. Yes, I had, I applied for scholarships and any grants and anything of that nature. But I will say this, that people who go to these private schools and take loans for hundreds of thousands of dollars and they can't afford it, it's just like, well, what, they might as well go out and buy a Ferrari. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not for nothing, but like Penn State, the tuition, if you live at home, the yearly tuition is like $15,000. 15.
Yep.
That's incredible. That's very affordable. It's just that a lot of people, I simply would say to you, they go, oh, well, I'm going to go to, and pick their Ivy League or whatever this is. These are very expensive private college. You can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then go to a state level school, which I would submit to you.
Or community college.
Or a community college.
Yep.
Community colleges are an incredible value.
I know. I'm going to tell my daughters, I think Olivia's probably got a good chance to get a dance scholarship. Mia, probably not, but she could be on a team, but she'll probably have to pay her way. And I'm going to tell them, look, if you don't have a definitive major, what you're hell-bent on becoming a nurse, a social worker, a doctor, whatever you want to do, I mean, right up the road, girls, Montgomery County Community College. You get your basics out of the way, get your 60 credits.
Amen.
And then do your last 2 years wherever your heart desires.
Absolutely. Speaking of Sunny Hostin, whatever her name is, one more. They were talking about Americans, again, out of touch, arrogant, not being able to make ends meet because they're bombarded with misinformation. So if you are an American who can't make ends meet, it's because you're bombarded with misinformation.
Right. So you've been on X for too long.
The conversation was actually a good one where they were saying that, like, this is, the Democrats just couldn't speak to that. And they don't care about what some elitist Harvard professor or UPenn professor, economist says that, hey, the economy is great. If they don't feel it, it ain't happening. And then Sunny Hostin has to jump in. Cut 8, Phil.
Let me just make my point here. So you have people talking about, well, how did he win Michigan? Because Democrats are saying, oh, she should have talked more about Gaza. No, union halls were empty. Dearborn went for Donald Trump. This is not about a micro issue like Gaza. It's people saying the cost of living is too high. The wages are too low. My life felt better under him. And I know what we'll say. Well, Goldman Sachs says the economy will do better under her. The analysts at UPenn and Wharton.
We'll see.
Nobody who is struggling to make ends meet at the table, like how am I going to pay this bill, cares what Wharton professors say about the economy.
That's because they were bombarded with misinformation.
And just one more thing I want to say.
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Of course. It doesn't. The reality is this. You could sit here and have all these financial experts and these economists with their predictions and their projections, and you could talk about the stock market all you want and how many people play the stock market, the whole bit. But if my grocery bill was $150 and now it's $225, that's $75 a week matters. Yep. And when you look at the rising cost of everything, and then, you get a raise of 2%, it's like, well, okay, I guess the alternative is better than being unemployed or staying flat with my salary, but it still doesn't match up. And, and unless you're in the 1%, you are impacted by it.
All right, let's go to some TikTok meltdown, shall we?
Oh, this is glorious. By the way, they are all over social media. You can't scroll without seeing one. I love it. I love it. This is the honeymoon period. Folks.
We had this conversation yesterday about telling kids about this, about telling kids about the election and knowing about Donald Trump or Kamala Harris
and Kamala.
I said that look. This is the way I parent. I'm not telling you how to do it. But like, I want to keep my kids shielded, my son shielded from this as long as I can, because he doesn't need to know about politics, and he doesn't need to hear Trump or Kamala or Biden. Yeah. It's just, live in the world that you're in and keep them innocent for a long time.
Yeah, I told my daughters have tried to pick and prod at me because they know what I do for a living, and I just give them stock answers. She asked me, Mia, the other one, not Olivia. Olivia's the one that calls her Kalamala. Yep. By the way, she called Obama Rock Obama. Rock Obama. It's like a mixture of Alabama football and Dwayne Johnson. It's unbelievable.
By the way,
I was just gonna say, I told my daughter Mia, I said, no, I'm sure, honey, Kamala's a very nice lady. Like, I don't, I'm not. They don't need to hear that stuff.
My son a couple weeks ago told my wife that he wanted to watch Daddy on TV, so she put up the YouTube show on the TV, and I told my wife, turn the volume down.
Yeah.
I don't
put music on.
Yes, he can see me. I don't want him to hear what we're talking about.
Right.
Smile. You got to smile every once in a while. Like.
So this woman on TikTok. This is cut one, Phil. This woman on TikTok videotapes herself telling her children, and you can hear. I don't know the age, but you can hear that they're young, and they start bawling when they hear that Trump won. They start bawling when they hear Trump won. Mm-hmm. And she's videotaping this and putting it on TikTok because she's a lunatic. Cut one, go.
Harris did not win. Who won? Trump. So.
Oh my God.
Aww.
Take a breath.
It's like child abuse.
So today
looks like Where's
may
Waldo?
Look a little different at school. Okay, there are probably going to be friends who have questions, right?
Look at the glasses.
I'm sure your teachers are going to.
Oh my God.
How did this happen?
Wow.
I think, we currently are in a country where we get to choose, right? And
deviated septum.
People have different priorities. They have different values. Some people hear what he has to say and they don't believe him. And some people hear what he has to say and they believe him and they agree with him. So today's your school day is probably going to look pretty normal. Okay.
Life
your
will go
teachers
on.
are going to do a really great job of, if you have questions throughout the day or if you have big feelings throughout the day.
Big feelings. Questions.
I'm very sad.
I'm going to cry.
Oh my God. Raising a generation of mental illness.
Wow.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Thank you.
Look at her eyes.
I
the way
know.
her eyes are, and
I
I
know.
can't. The nostrils.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
That's
You have
the
to watch-
septum issue.
Yeah, you have to
The
watch the video
angle, the
on
camera
YouTube.
angle is probably
Yeah.
the worst camera angle.
She's not getting proper ventilation.
First of
Why,
all,
why would you do that with your little kids? Jeez.
we can get the substance for this in a second, but Dawn is correct, and I think you are the one who actually told never shoot up. You always shoot down, right?
Yeah.
It's like
In many
right
aspects,
up into her
yeah, you always-
crazy nostrils. But no, that's like to me. That is a form of child abuse. Why would you purposely upset your children? And, a good parent would say to your kids, hey, no matter what, no matter who wins, this is America. We have a great country. We're so blessed as Americans to be born here and to be part of this great country. And no matter what happens on Election Day, that's the beauty of it. Everything's going to be okay.
I just, and I've said this in so many different ways, but between Trump shattering the establishment and rattling the cages, and then you had COVID. It's just between COVID and Trump, those two entities, one disease and one person has just shattered so many people's mental well-being. I mean, I swear to God, yesterday I still saw people walking around with masks on. It's just, we know it's true. We see it, right? It's not even a joke. We have a mental health crisis in this country. Mm-hmm. Compare our mental health to every other nation around the planet. I don't know that there's any country as close to us in mental health issues as America. It's really sad. Do they act like this in Italy? Do they act like this in Germany, in Spain, in France? Well, we know what the French, when Stocker knows what to say about the French, but, Japan, China, I mean, really? Yeah. Countries that have it far worse than we do.
Yeah, look, I don't care. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care if you're a conservative or a liberal. I just think that keep kids away from this for as long as you can. Why would you want to? Why I just don't understand it.
I would never teach my kids this at an early age, and when they become adults, I would never alienate my kid or separate. Like, if my daughters grow up to be left of Helen Gim, I'm going to love them just as much as I do now.
And these kids are going to go into school, and they're going to be all depressed and sad, and then they're going to, little Susie's going to come up and say, "Why are you sad?" And they're like, "Oh, because Donald Trump won." And then, "Who's Donald Trump?" And then it's like this thing, and you come home, and your daughter is talking about Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You're like, "How did this happen?" It's like, "Oh, what happened at school?"
Mm-hmm. But this is, we always say things begin at home, and that's just it. That, for parents at home with their kids, tell your kids about the American process. Tell your kids, you could tell them about the electorate or try to play memorizing games with different, presidents and that sort of thing. But to upset them and make them feel like any president or any political leader is the quote unquote boogeyman and make them fearful, make them cry, make them feel helpless.
Yep.
That's the opposite of what we are all about in America.
I thought it was bad parenting in the Delaware Valley to raise your child a Cowboy fan. And then I see this.
By the way, our picks for Sunday are coming up at about 9:55-ish.
That's right.
Today, so make sure you the McCausland lock of the week.
That's correct.
Let's go to cut 2 here. This TikTok woman, I just love playing these meltdowns.
Has TikTok woman supplanted Florida man? I think they have.
I just don't understand all these people that come on and talk to so just so you guys know, I went on all of these TikToks just to make sure, because you get some people that do this as like a spoof,
right?
So I just wanted to make sure. And this person, I was like, this could be it. But I went on her TikTok, and it's true. She only has like 4,000 followers. So she's literally talking to nobody. Why is she posting these videos? Mm-hmm. She's telling women. I didn't play this, or I didn't pull this clip, but in the very beginning, she's telling women to delete their period trackers, the period tracker apps.
That's okay. I can't.
I didn't realize that was that's a thing,
Dawn.
So it shows when you're ovulating, I guess.
You can do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. She tells women to do that. She also tells women not to get married and divorce their husbands if they voted for Trump.
Okay.
Cut 2, go.
Thing that you may really disagree with, but I'm going to tell you anyway because I care about you and I want you to be safe.
Ugh.
If you and your male partner voted differently this election, if he voted for that man, you need to leave him. You need to leave him. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm sorry. You need to leave him. I know you love him. I know you love him. I know you think he's going to change. I know you think he just doesn't understand your problems. I know that you think he's more concerned about the economy. But especially if you're married to him, you are in danger right now. You are in a lot of danger. I just know that one's going to get a lot of pushback. But this is my opinion. Yeah. Sure, whatever. This is my opinion. Yeah. Do what you got to do. But if that resonated with you, listen to your gut.
No, I mean, it didn't. But you have free speech rights, and you can say whatever you want, just like I can. So, but it's my right to say that you're crazy. At least the shirt matched the eye color.
Beautiful eyes. What I noticed about her eyes, now she blinks a little.
Yeah.
There was a point there where I'm thinking, this is like a blinking contest, and she's winning.
Yeah, it's an empty soul.
Look at her pupils. Yeah. What is she on?
It's like Jaws when he sinks his teeth into Quint.
Yeah. She's on something.
Wow. That is... So
you are in danger because of who your husband or partner voted for?
Yes, Dawn,
I thought like a sex strike was punishment. Now she's going straight for the divorce courts. She's taking your ass right to domestic relations, buddy.
So did you see the stories about speaking of that, the North Korean soldiers in Russia?
Yes.
That because of the porn, because they don't have porn in North Korea.
Wow.
And so they have porn now.
They only have one rocket. Rocket.
So they're all like they can't get them to do anything else.
That's right.
So they're all, oh my gosh.
Kim Jong-un said no filthy sights. I'm the rocket man around here, he said.
Man.
So, porn, the answer to peace. I don't know.
Yes, it is.
Peace, porn, and prosperity. That's all I've ever wanted.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at those Middle East countries. If their women weren't, covered head to toe and only allowed to show ankle, maybe the men wouldn't be so angry.
I know. That's what I'm
saying.
A lot of hot Arabic chicks out there, man.
Yeah.
Peace, prosperity, porn, and paper towel.
That's right.
All the pathway to
yeah.
better life.
That's what I'm going to build my platform on when I run for office in 20 years.
Oh, my God.
Peace, prosperity, and porn. I'll win in a landslide.
The more porn, the more paper towels.
God. It's a sin. It's a sin. Sorry.
Jesus, come on, man.
Who said that? How dare you? This is Cut 7, Phil. This TikToker wants a law that requires all Trump voters to wear their MAGA gear 24/7. like a scarlet letter, I think, or a scarlet, the scarlet number. Cut 7, Phil, go.
I say we pass a law that requires anyone who voted for that orange piece of shit to wear their Trump hat 24/7.
I don't think anybody would mind that.
No, some of them do.
Yeah. Because conservatives are dangerous.
Dangerous.
For anyone who isn't white, Christian, or male.
Yep.
Completely dangerous.
Very unhappy. Why is she so unhappy? Maybe she needs to watch some porn.
Yeah.
Like dynamite waiting to go off in your hand.
Yeah, baby.
So I think we should all get a public service warning.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Boom goes the dynamite.
Boy,
party with her.
Yeah. I wonder if she wants to chat to the 46% of Latinos in this country that voted for Trump, or the 21% of black males that voted for Trump.
It's amazing.
That chick, that's who Putin is showing those North Korean soldiers to get them back to work.
That's right. You either get back and do what I tell you to do, or it's 20 minutes with this chick.
Oh, man. By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to follow along, we're playing all the videos so you can watch these.
It's a sin.
Do you want to take a call on a real-life meltdown?
Absolutely.
So this actually happened in real life, despite what we see on social media. It does happen on the streets, apparently. Mike is in New Jersey, and apparently one of his neighbors had a meltdown. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah. Check this out. I was sitting in my house. It was beautiful. So I'm sitting in the house. I hear all this noise across the street. So I go to the door. Here's my neighbor, who I thought was patriotic. He's got 3 American flags, one on each side of his door on poles, and one draped over his outside banister thing. Okay. And next thing I know, he's throwing it around his yard. He's ranting and raving, ripping them off the doors. They're in the garbage right now. He's screaming. I'm yelling at him. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? He goes, that piece of crap won the election. He goes, America sucks. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And he's like, don't talk to me ever again. And I'm like, okay. I went in the house. I closed the door.
Now, did he know that you were on the opposite side of the political aisle before this, or no?
No, we never talked about it. There was no, thank God. Thank God I didn't have a Trump flag on my front property, because I guess I would have to smack him down.
Well, you know what you do, Mike? You give him a little pecan pie on Thanksgiving. You drop it off on his porch and say, hey, hope you're feeling better. The sun will still come up, and you can try to get redemption in 2028, Mike.
I'm not sure that's going to work with this guy. I think he's actually, and he's only... I want to say he's only like 28 years old.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah. He physically has lost his mind.
Yeah.
Mental health crisis.
I'm
TDS.
staring at the garbage can right now by his garage door, and there are the 3 American flags sitting in the garbage.
Oh, man. At least he didn't burn them. Thank you for the call, Mike. We've seen that before.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Just kill him with kindness.
Seriously.
Remember back in the day when you didn't know who somebody voted for, or you did and you didn't really care and you were friends with them anyway? Can we get back to that?
I'm cool with
possible?
I'm cool with the civility of not caring or the obliviousness, but I actually like that people are, more and more, and it's always been where you've been able to, show publicly your Democrat advertisement. I just want to live in, if you want to put something out, Republican or Trump, we should live in a way hey, we don't have to agree on everything,
But I'll just say this. think about what you're saying. How many people did you retweet on social media, African American men, saying never again tell a black man who to vote for?
Yes.
There was a rebellion because people across the board, but especially African American men, felt lectured to in this demeaning tone.
Yeah.
But then think about who has think about the women that you played, the sheep, who have been, I guess, indoctrinated since childhood or school or whatever that is.
Yeah.
That because the only talking point that Democrats had this time around was, it's a danger to democracy, and they bought it.
And to your point, highlighting the difference in percentage of black male voters for Trump, 21%, and female black supporters of Trump, 7%. That right there, a 3-to-1 ratio, a 3-to-1 differential, that highlights the gender gap in a nutshell right there.
By the way, Jimmy Matthews, in case you didn't hear, Jimmy Matthews will run up the Art Museum steps in his boxer shorts, and he's going to be carrying a 1210 WPHT flag.
This is awesome.
Because he has to pay off a bet, because he bet that if Trump would win, that he would do this. He was very sure about Kamala Harris winning. Dawn suggested the LaSalle High School band.
Because he's an alum, as is his famous uncle, Chris Matthews.
Do you have a contact there? Because he wants do we have a contact there, Dawn Stenzel?
I'll work on it.
Yeah,
okay.
There you go. Look at Dawn. I love this.
If you can't get it done, I've got my chiropractor is the chiropractor for the football team.
We will let
you know him, Dr. Mike.
Yeah.
We will let you know. We will let you know next week what day he will be out there. We're not going to be cruel and do it on a day that it rains. So we'll check the forecast. It's either going to be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And we want 1210 WPHT and Kayal and Company listeners to show up to the Art Museum steps and cheer him on because he's good. And by the way, Chris Forsyth, we will take you up on you videotaping the entire thing.
Yes.
So you can make a documentary out of it. Start with the tweet or the YouTube chat and end with him running up and down the steps.
There you go.
This TikToker is telling liberals how to leave the country.
Okay. I would suggest a plane or a boat, whatever floats your boat.
Go, Phil.
Some of the easiest ways to leave the country as an American.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I simply cannot smile at the moment. It's been a long 24 hours. If you're under 30, consider the Australia or New Zealand working holiday visa. Granted, this is a temporary fix, but Australia allows American citizens up to 3 years on a working holiday, and New Zealand offers 1.
By the way,
so that could realistically
Australia doesn't want all these angry chicks.
These visas are both really easy to apply for. They cost around $450. I personally did a year in Australia. I have a lot of videos about that. I'm happy to tag you if you need more info. If you have a way to make an income online, consider a digital nomad visa. Lots of different countries offer this. It's typically a 1-year stay. For this option, I would look into countries like Portugal, Costa Rica, or Albania. Another option you can consider is teaching English in another country. Now, granted, this is going to be a lot easier if you do have a college degree, but there are some countries that allow you to work as an English teacher without a degree. Just get your TEFL certificate online. It typically just takes a few weeks to complete that. And if you don't have a degree, I would recommend looking into countries in Southeast Asia or Eastern Europe. Another option is looking into opportunities based on your heritage. If you have grandparents that came from somewhere that is not America, you can look into that country and see what kind of visa or residency programs they offer. For example, I know a lot of us have Irish heritage. If you have a grandparent who is an Irish citizen, you can look into...
How about France? They take all the cowards, right?
Well, thank you, Punky Brewster. I hear Gaza's lovely this time of year. How about a one-way flight over there?
That's a great point. They love the Middle East so much. Why don't you go over there?
Yeah, you're all about the Palestinian movement. Go.
Yeah.
I think she brings up a good point. Go ahead, get a job, get a visa, go somewhere, teach English, because no matter where you are in the world, when you travel, you realize so much about what is great about America and what we as Americans take for granted.
Yeah.
91 LSXer says, reluctantly would.
Would not for me. That's a staunch would not. I'm going to use my executive veto power. Would not.
Sorry, Don.
The skull cap, the winter hat doesn't do it for me on the ladies.
Yeah, Michael says she needs to lay off the Red Bull.
Yeah.
So all these individuals, I do wonder, what are they on? Their pupils are tiny.
Do they speed those videos up, or is that actually in real time? Who talks that quick?
But they all have that same despondent look on their seriously.
Yeah, they're
this
all
despondent
soulless.
look.
Yeah.
But I think it's medication.
They're all dead.
Yes,
They're medicated.
I agree with you.
Absolutely.
Most of the kids are these days. Rosie O'Donnell.
Speaking of,
apparently she doesn't know that Trump is going to win the popular vote because she's very sad and she wants to get rid of the Electoral College. I don't think it would matter because Donald Trump would still be president.
Anyway you slice it this year, folks, you lost. You lost.
Play Rosie, Phil.
For yourself, call your friends, check on them. And get ready because we're in for one hell of a ride with him at the helm. And no immunity guardrails.
Yep.
Okay.
Like bowling without bumpers.
Okay. God bless America, people. That's all I can say. We're going to need it. And how about we get rid of the Electoral College? Does that... Anybody like that?
No.
Anyone? I'm not so sure anymore. It's a popular vote. That's what we need to do.
Well, you still would have won, so there you go.
Yeah. And you're still down 5 million toots. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, here's what we'll do.
Yeah.
Only California and New York can vote in 2028. How about that? The other 48 states don't count. Whatever we can do to get a Democrat back in office. How about that?
Nick, do me a favor. You're going to have to, because there's just music in this one, but I think everybody watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you're watching right now, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Please, 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 everybody watching, hit the subscribe button. We've had amazing viewership all week, and we appreciate you all watching. But please make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the bell so you know when we go live. This is cut 15, Phil. Thank you.
Can I say something about Rosie?
You say whatever you want.
So we all knew about her little, remember she had like a marijuana smoking shack when her kids were young and stuff like that.
Yep.
And she put out on social media when her daughter, her 27-year-old daughter, was recently arrested in Wisconsin on drug charges and alleged child abuse and all this stuff. Rosie puts on Instagram, this is a photo from a better time for my daughter Chelsea. Like, why would you do that? Why would you accentuate that one of your kids is all messed up? You know what I mean? Like, that's who she is. She'd rather promote herself, you know what I mean, than just expose her. Nobody would have noticed that her daughter was arrested except that she put it out there.
Nick, I think you have a drop for
great mom
for what's wrong with Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh God, where is it?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I know what a mental illness looks like. I can just say it. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, her daughter has. These are her grandkids, ages 5, 3, 2, and 11 months. And this and the mother of them. This is Rosie's daughter. Is in. I mean, all kinds of felony charges of child neglect and drug abuse. This is a tragic situation, and the grandmother and mother decides to post on social media something so flippant and to exploit her own grandkids and daughter. That's who she is.
Yeah, it's the bad haircut, bad eyeglass segment of society is just having a rough go of it. You got Rosie, you got Cuban, you've got Rachel Maddow, you've got Keith Olbermann, you've got Philadelphia sports radio host again tweeting about politics when they're not allowed to.
Is he going to have a mental breakdown again?
The timeline is just littered with just, that's just, hey.
But isn't it funny that nobody talks about the fact, like the Trump family, you see a loving family that's supportive of one another. You never hear anything. Look at the personal lives of these people, the way they parent, what they care about. And they put it out there. I mean, the only way I know about this is because of Rosie's own social media.
Yeah.
Not good people.
No.
By the way, are they gonna slap that sports radio host on the wrist for tweeting about politics rather than sports? What they pay him for?
Yeah, I mean it could happen. I mean
really.
Yeah, it could happen. You never know.
A glorious way to lose all your listeners.
Right. Imagine if I just came on here and did a 4-hour sports show. You guys would disappear, right?
Yeah, it's amazing to me. I mean, there's clearly one sports station in the city, and the other one.
Hey man,
gets beaten by us.
If I'm Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas, I do backflips every day.
This is cut 15. Nick, if you wanna play along with this, apparently millions of liberal women are shaving their heads to protest Donald Trump.
Oh, I thought they were doing that as a salute to me.
Right. Phil, you can play it. It's just music.
Oh, look at this. All right, we got the Clippers first. Boy. Look at the girl behind her. Is that the Undertaker? What is that?
She has a hood up.
Yep. Nose ring.
Hat, nose ring.
Tattooed hand. And here comes the trimmers. Here comes the Clippers.
It's like G.I. Jane, that Demi Moore movie from the 90s.
And Demi Moore was hot in that movie.
She was.
Yeah. Look at this. All right. This is what I did in 2018 when I realized I couldn't grow my hair back. I just pulled out the buzzer. I said, enough.
Wow. I'm curious what this proves, or what this
proves that you're a sick individual. But you know what?
Maybe it's a tribute to Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
John Fetterman. I don't know.
Right.
Look at the nose ring.
Dana White.
Look at the person shaving. Looks like a.
Oh, there she is.
It's like they're going to war.
She looks like the grown-up version of the girl from Stranger Things. Remember the girl 11?
Yeah. She married. She married John Bon Jovi's son.
Yeah. And now John Bon Jovi has morphed into something completely different.
So there you go. So liberal women shaving their heads.
So we've got shaved heads. We've got complete and total meltdowns. We've got listeners in this audience that are ready to run in their boxers. I mean, look.
I have probably the best clip coming up, and we should break, but I probably have the best clip coming up next. Remember a couple weeks ago, it might be months ago now, where we talked about... And I know you guys know the answer, so don't blurt it out. But if you guys remember, we had the conversation of if Trump actually tweets or truth socials himself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We have the answer to that with video footage. This was released by the Trump campaign. It is amazing. Okay. It is amazing to see in real time how the truth tweets, whatever you call them, come out.
Yep.
We will play that on the other side.
Yes. And I also have that the University of Oregon video of what this employee for the state-run school. I almost knew it right away. What he said Trump supporters should do. He's been placed on leave. We can play you that because there's so many college stories. There's Oregon, there's BYU, there's Harvard. And wait till you hear what Georgetown University told their students to do.
Wow.
We can do that as well. It's Kayal and Company as we continue after this. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because we're all sick of big tech, right? Google and Yahoo and Bing and all these search engines out there. We don't trust them. They suppress search results. They put political slants on the things you're looking up. They spy on you, but that's why DuckDuckGo is here for you, and they're back again with this station. And now you can take advantage of a subscription-based service called Privacy Pro, and it's a 3-in-1 privacy service that's going to give you, number one, a secure VPN. Secondly, you get identity theft protection. And then lastly, personal information removal. I'm always doing things for this show that is frowned upon by the big agencies in this country. But you know what? With DuckDuckGo, I don't have to worry about anybody tracking, anybody spying, anybody stealing. And I want you to take advantage of the offer that I took advantage of. And this is exclusively for our great listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 for a free 7-day trial offer. And once you love it, you are going to stay aboard with them for just $10 per month. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with the Valley Forge Casinos, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action right now. FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off, buzzer beater, and place a $5 bet, any $5 bet you want, on the NBA, and get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. By the way, if you don't want to watch the Sixers, you can place a bet while the game is going on, and you can win right there without finishing the game. It's amazing. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in Pennsylvania. After 3-month free trial, the full price of a league pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price. Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This month, we're reminded that everyone deserves a seat at the table. And this month, we're making sure everyone eats. Colonial Hyundai is doing whatever it takes to serve up tasty savings, regardless of your situation. Credit issues? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Owe too much on your current vehicle? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Driving a hoopty? I'll give you 6,500 hours for your trade, guaranteed. No matter the condition, no matter the situation, everyone eats here at Colonial Hyundai. Our lot is like a cornucopia of savings with over 200 vehicles to choose from, and right now you can drive home with 0% financing for 60 months. Everyone eats. We're not just carving up turkey, we're slicing prices at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for more details. 0.0% on a new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval from HMFUSA. Offer ends 11/30/2024.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention PHT listeners. The Bush Auto Group is bringing you, the listener of this station, exclusive year-end savings. Visit bushautogroup.com/save. That's bushautogroup.com/SAVE to unlock these special limited time offers. If you're searching for the perfect new or pre-owned vehicle, now is the time to act. These offers are insane. Head to bushautogroup.com/save and grab your exclusive year-end offers today. Philly rides with us.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I love when Greg blows his lid. 8:38. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. New one on my board. Love when Greg blows his lid. I love when Greg blows his lid. Yeah. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on Friday edition. Kayal and Company as we continue on with what's on the cut sheet in what Stalker believes is the gem of the day.
I'll get to that in a minute. The art of the tease, my friend. The art of the tease. This CNN PBS analyst is Laura Barron Lopez. And she said, I love, by the way, all these pundits now coming up with why they believe Trump lost. Yep. Or Kamala lost.
Yep.
And like really them having no clue. She says it's because there are no left-wing media outlets anymore.
Yeah, where'd they all go? They all just did it.
They went far left.
Yeah, they
went so far left they went off the page, off the map.
They went left of the Pacific.
This is cut 14. Phil, go.
And so one thing that I think stands out also, we can't have this conversation, a little bit to your point, Dana, is that maybe it's not so much Democrats' policies or messaging or the words that they use specifically, but there is an entire right-wing media ecosystem that doesn't exist on the left, and it does not exist in the center or mainstream, and people are getting their information in very different ways now. And Donald Trump and Republicans and Elon Musk and Joe Rogan know exactly how to reach Americans where they are, regardless of age and demographic, and that played a big role in this because of the fact of whether it was disinformation, misinformation, or different propaganda that they were feeding to the American public that made them feel the way they did, and the American public felt as though that they were being heard by Donald Trump.
And it was. Oh, my God. There's no more left-wing media. Let's go through them, shall we? We'll start with social media. You've got Facebook, Instagram, you've got Snapchat, you've got TikTok, you've got Meta, you've got Google, you've got YouTube. I know some of them are redundant. Some people are owned by other of those companies, so some of them are under the same umbrella. Of course, you've got MSNBC, you've got CNN, you've got ABC News, you've got CBS News, you've got NBC News, you've got all the papers, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Philadelphia Inquirer, on down the list. But what has happened here and why they're so bothered is there is a uprising of alternative news media sources. You have Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You have Fox News. You have Newsmax. You have OAN. You have X. You have Truth. You have Rumble. You have websites like Outkick, The Blaze, The Daily Mail, The New York Post, the newspapers, The Washington Times, The Washington Examiner. So now you have the Daily Wire, all these companies, the Daily Beast, the Daily Caller, the Daily everything, Daily this, Daily that. But you're starting to see, and again, the mainstream media and left-wing media still has the alternative outnumbered, but it's starting to be like 65-35, and they can't handle that. I'm telling you. You know what? We should do a poll question.
Yep.
Who's most responsible for the breaking of the brains of the left? Is it Trump, is it COVID, or is it Elon Musk? Because a lot of this is really the last 2+ years of Elon Musk buying Twitter, rebranding it to X, reestablishing free speech, and allowing the marketplace of ideas. And look, there's a lot of misinformation on X. But guess what? Some of it comes from the left as well. But you know what? That's up for the people to sift through.
I want to ask you guys what you think about this. Joe Rogan yesterday said that he believes that Trump should not go after liberals. He should try and unite the country.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I agree I agree with that, and I also think Trump has said, I don't have time for revenge. My revenge will be my success.
Let me play this.
Contrary to what the commercials claimed.
Yep.
That is what he said.
Let me play this, and then you guys can comment on it. Cut 5. I'm playing this. Cut 5. Go.
You elected that guy, but along with that, now you get RFK Jr., you get Tulsi Gabbard, you get Elon Musk, and you get J.D. Vance. You get brilliant people who aren't ideologically captured, 2 of them who used to be Democrats, 1 of them that probably knows more about environmental polluting and about the problems with pharmaceutical drug companies and health and the consequences of all sorts of pesticides and herbicides, ingredients in your food that should be banned and are banned in other countries. You got that guy in there now.
Yep.
And we got a real chance to make real change. This is like one of the first times ever where there's a real chance to make real tangible change that's going to be for the good of everybody. Yeah, and he's got to unite people. He's got to not attack the left and not attack everybody. Let them all talk, but unite. Now it's time to unite everybody.
Well, 100.
But see, and Don, jump in real quick. But here's the thing: it's not about uniting the left and attack. This is the difference between the left and Trump. Trump doesn't attack Democrat voters. He doesn't attack liberal citizens. He goes after the media. He goes after the institutions. He doesn't go after the common folk. He doesn't sit there and call them deplorables and Nazis and the things that they do to us that support and vote for Donald Trump. That's the big difference. And he never has done that, and I don't think he ever will, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think Trump's actions always speak louder than any rhetoric or any tweet that he does. And so you think about Trump's team right now. Look at Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat. You have, my goodness,
Elon Musk.
RFK Jr. My
Musk,
God.
yep.
Yes, Elon Musk. All of these Democrats coming over. And Trump's vice president, J.D. Vance, had harsh rhetoric for Trump. Everybody says, oh, he has a thin skin and he has this and that and the other. Well, look at some of the things J.D. Vance said, what was that, 9 years ago, whatever, about Trump. And then J.D. Vance is one of those people who said, wow, when he got in and I looked at his policies and I looked at the changes that he was able to make, I started to realize that look at his actions, look at what he can do, and he thinks outside the box. So in my humble opinion, I think if you look at the so-called Avengers, you look at who Trump has assembled, and that tells me that this is unity.
Yeah, and look, he had thin skin 8 years ago, although in reality, if you looked at J.D. Vance 8 years ago, he had thick skin. He had the big chubby cheeks, and then he grew a beard. By the way, I saw a video.
He lost a lot of weight.
I did,
Yeah.
but I saw the video resurface of him from 8 years ago without the beard. God, did he? I mean, and I get it. He was 31 or whatever at the time.
Baby face.
He looked like he was 14.
Yeah. Van Jones said that we need social media regulation.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
This is cut 11. Phil, go.
There are two sets of laws and rulings we have to deal with. The Supreme Court has allowed this unlimited amount of money dumping in. And then, there are legal protections that allow these companies to do what they want to and do what they will. I think in a normal country, we would say, hold on a second, maybe we need to have a different set of regulations for social media platforms now that they're this big. Maybe we need to have less money in the system. But that conversation is not happening yet.
I mean, that was
It's free speech, brother. It's the First Amendment. And what I look at is, the hypocrisy, two things. So there was no calls from CNN to regulate social media in 2020 when Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg suppressed the Hunter Biden story. So that's fascinating. And then the other aspect of this is, you know what this is? This is the marketplace, right? And X is a store. It's a shop. If you don't like it, don't shop there, right? Yeah. Like there's certain grocery stores, there's certain restaurants I'm not a fan of. I don't go there. I go to the places I like. Go where you want to buy the product that they're selling. Nobody's forcing you to stay.
You're 100% right, and this bothers me so much. Like the answer for a lot of these guys and gals is always regulate. Like regulate this, regulate that. If you don't like what you're seeing on Twitter or X or Truth Social or whatever, don't go on it.
Right.
Like,
exactly right.
I don't understand this.
You say it all the time. Stop getting your news. So if you don't like it, if you don't like a certain avenue of social media, don't go there. I got off of Facebook 12 years ago.
I would not be on any social media sites.
Same here.
Let me repeat this. I would be on no social media sites if it wasn't for this show and my job. In fact, when they boot me out of here in 2 months, I'm just looking at the trends. I mean, you saw what happened at iHeart. You saw what happened in Cumulus. Cox just laid off a bunch of people. I'm just looking at where everything's going. Little inside joke there.
I love sticking people.
I will not be on any social media when my job here comes to an end.
If I did not have a job that was dependent upon news and sports cycles of information, I wouldn't be on it. If I was using my criminal justice degree, if I was an attorney, I would not be on, unless it was to grow my business. That's it.
Yeah. Where was I going to go next? Okay, this is cut 16, Phil. We didn't play this yesterday, and I meant to, and shame on me for not doing it. We played all of the late night reaction, right? The Jimmy Kimmel clip I actually wanted to play was not the one we played yesterday. It was actually this one. He cried. Twice.
Oh, so I saw people tweeting about it, but I didn't actually see snort. By the way, a good one. That's an 8.7.
I like it.
Rating my snorts.
Rate your snort.
I'll give it 7.
He gave wow. Okay.
Go.
I have to step up my game.
Round 7.
Step up my game. Yeah. Let me. So he did his opening monologue and he cried because late night comedy, always funny. It's unintentionally funny, by the way, when somebody cries. I guess I have a heart of stone.
Yeah, you do.
Cut 16.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go, for healthcare, for our climate, for science, for journalism, for justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night for poor people,
For free
for the
speech?
middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security, for our allies in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth.
45 seconds, you cried twice.
And democracy and decency. And it was a terrible night for everyone who voted against him. And guess what? It was a bad night for everyone who voted for him, too. You just don't realize it yet.
Right. Well, when will you realize that your economy is about to get really good and your cost of everything will go down soon and your border will be secure? There won't be people being raped by illegal immigrants or murdered. We're not going to have ridiculous, nonstop, endless, pointless wars. You know, two things. By the way, Zelensky, I hope you've been saving up that money that you've been scooping up because those bags are about to end, buddy. But, you know, when you talk about him crying there twice, because he's been in television, he's done some cameos in movies, that's an act right there. All right? I'm just going to call it, yeah.
You think so?
1,000.
I don't.
You think that's an authentic cry?
I think he is. I think he's been so broken by Trump.
Okay.
I really do.
Yeah.
I really think that.
You frame it that way.
And by the way, I'm gonna say something. Jimmy Kimmel used to be a regular on Howard Stern. He used to sit in with him for like 4 or 5 hours.
Didn't he do blackface?
Yeah, when he was on the Man Show. Like Jimmy Kimmel was a hysterical comedian. Like did some great bits. Was great on Stern. You know, in the early 2000s, and I do think Donald Trump broke him. I think that he is, because he does these, you know, his wife comes out and she gives all these speeches now on the show. Like, it's become a political show. It's become a political activism show instead of comedy.
It's so wild that one person can mentally occupy the space in your head. I mean, and I'm not taking shots at Phil here, but Phil's a Jets fan. Okay?
You kind of are.
Phil has not seen a Super Bowl since Super Bowl III. He goes and spends his hard-earned money. He's flying to Arizona to watch a team that now has Aaron Rodgers that still sucks, and he's still upbeat and optimistic. He's like, well, if we win 7 of our next 9, we can make the playoffs. Donald Trump has been in office now twice. It hasn't impacted Jimmy Kimmel's bottom line once, and he's crying.
Dawn, Phil will be off Monday and Tuesday because he's flying to Arizona.
Tonight. He's flying. He told me this morning.
Cowboy fans, I feel no sympathy for you, but you've gone 30-plus years without a Super Bowl, and you still live your life. These people that they think the world's ending because the president didn't go in their favor.
Yeah.
It's madness.
And by the way, when how dare he talk about, let's talk about Ukraine for a moment. Remember last September, I reported that they exceeded the 1 million number, about 1 million either deaths or severe casualties in the Ukraine-Russian war. And Trump looked at that and said, this must end. High losses on the battlefield. So for Kimmel, really, you want those deaths? There was just another. They struck a oncology hospital, women's hospital last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw that.
So for him, seriously, this guy is so just obtuse to what's really happening in the world, and Trump's attempt to say, guys, we got to stop this, not only because we're not going to pay for it anymore and look at our growing deficit, but because you have well over a staggering death toll and casualty rate. Yeah. This is horrifying.
I would just love to speak to any of these individuals, these Hollywood celebrity talking head TV show elitists that are anti-Trump. And I would just like to get with them one day behind the scenes and be like, hey, seriously, real talk off the record. Real talk. Does it? Are you really broken, or is it an act? Is it a bit? And I would just, I'll never share it. Speak to me under the conditions of anonymity, the whole bit.
By the way, you know why I love the show? Because it's like 3 friends sitting around a bar, on bar stools, talking politics, talking everything,
drinking coffee.
Nick's the drunk.
Yep. Drunk on caffeine right now. 3rd cup, by the way. It's another reason why we got to do Pints and Politics on Friday, by the way.
By the way, I have not gotten to the Trump clip yet on if Trump posts his own social media and how he does it. There's
gold.
Video evidence. We'll get to that on the other side. I promise this time. I had other stuff to get to.
All right, but first let me tell you about my friends, our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. Before you know, they're going to be rolling out the 2026s, but the 2025 Hyundai Tucson is the brand's most popular SUV. Its bold new design has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage is going to keep you prepared for any adventure that life throws your way. Even if you're on the wrong side of an election, you just get in that Tucson and you get driving, baby. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety ratings. You can visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, just off of Route 422, or in Westchester, right on Route 202. Online anytime at piazzahyundai.com and tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
Oh, I'm thinking about doing some smoked barbecued pulled pork this weekend. You know, it's our last tailgate and high school football, but this time of year, you want that cozy comfort food, the old-fashioned pot roast, the chicken pot pie stew, grandma's homemade meatballs. Am I making you really hungry yet? I'm talking about the menu from Whatacrock. Whatacrock.com has saved me so many times over just the past week. I can't even tell you. And you know this. Sometimes life is crazy. Life is so hectic, especially this time of year. You want to make a home-cooked, healthy dinner for your family, but where do you find the time? Well, if you don't know about it already, you should find Whatacrock.com. All I do is plop one of their meals right into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home for dinner, when we come home for dinner, and even if I don't come home and the rest of family is there, they come home to a delicious homemade dinner simmering right there in my crock pot. Homemade, just not by me. Unlike most meal kit companies, okay, there's no prep required at all. Cleanup is so quick and easy, especially because I've also gotten through Whatacrock.com, those liners for your crock pot. That makes it so easy too. So cleanup is one and done. There's no subscription or commitment required to order. You can do a subscription if you want, but you don't have to, and there's no commitment required. So you can order exactly what you want when you want it. Whatacrock meals also make for excellent gifts, as I've talked about. Maybe you're a college student in your life. They've gone off. They're like, I miss your home-cooked, old-fashioned pot roast or your beef stew. No problem. Whatacrock.com delivers it to their doorstep. And just all you have to do is use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your first order. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off your first order. Whatacrock.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com. res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody. Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company for the final hour on a Friday morning. It's the best hour of the week. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We're going to get to your calls right now. You're going to get the Donald Trump clip that Stocker has been teasing. Still ahead this morning, our morning mystery movie clip, Dawn's Big Three, and some of the universities from the West Coast to the Ivy Leagues as they continue to have their post-election meltdowns. But we'll get to your thoughts right now, 855-839-1210. Let me go to John. He's in Roxborough, and he's up next on Talk Radio 1210. John, what's going on?
Hey, guys. It's been a long week. I hardly had any sleep. I finally got a great night's sleep last night, but I've been wanting to call in, and I wanted to thank you, especially big thank you to Dawn for keeping the faith, never giving up and never giving in and fighting. And to all the people that probably changed their vote, because without them, maybe we didn't do this. But this is a referendum on the Democrats, okay? It's not just about Kamala losing. They all lost. And this should send a message. I doubt it will, but it should send a message to them.
Yeah, a referendum on the last 4 years as well. And you know what? If they don't change, hopefully this continues to happen. So if they want to double down and continue on with the identity politics, I'm good with that because I think it's a losing recipe.
And if you don't mind, I got a little rebuttal for Jimmy Hypocrite.
Now, which Jimmy are we talking about? Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Matthews? Which Jimmy? We got a lot of Jimmys here.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I hate to say his name. I call him Crumble. Let me try to hold it together here. We got our freedom back. It was a beautiful day Wednesday morning. Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
You're welcome, John.
And Mr. Crumble, have a nice life. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there he is, John in Roxborough. Emotional, happy, angry. He's running the full spectrum of emotions.
The gamut, yep.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, I think, that's just it. That I think what John reflects to me is the feeling that it's almost like if you are a conservative and maybe you're a conservative Democrat, you felt your party left you or you're an independent, whatever that looks like. I think it's on a referendum on even more than the current progressive side of the Democrat Party. It's a referendum on the culture in American media, by which we were all basically abused and had whiplash from the media constantly. The media, really, and social media bullying anybody who didn't just follow like a sheep and do what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do feel that there's this feeling of relief that, oh, thank goodness, we're going to normalize. We're going to go back to the middle like most Americans are, by the way. And that's really what we saw. It just got cray-cray out there. It really did.
Yep.
And so you feel like at some point an abuse, like you're hiding and you don't want to. That's why at one point I was like, wear your MAGA hat. Riley Gaines to me was a game changer. There were so many people. Riley Gaines coming here to Montgomery County. And when she said, because there were parents who didn't want to be photographed at that meeting with Riley, talking about Title IX, which, by the way, remember what Trump told us here on Kayal and Company,
right.
Day one, that all goes away. All this nonsense with that was an issue that nobody's really talking about. But all these parents in the suburbs, like Bucks County, that were bullied about this, and they all just didn't want to deal with all the abuse and the nonsense and the rhetoric. So Riley Gaines, to one mom who didn't want to be shown, as she said, they said, well, they'll cut our federal funding. The Biden-Harris administration, they'll cut the school's federal funding. What are you going to do? Riley Gaines, looked at her and said, call their bluff.
Yeah.
They do not want to deal with this issue. They know that's why this issue is not really in the media. Nobody covered anything. And I think of the courage of Riley Gaines to make this a thing and say the quiet part out loud. So many people like that.
Right.
And that is what gave me faith. But John's right. The feeling is that because we have these long lines, and whether it was created or due to incompetence or whatever, the fact that people stayed in line and the fact that people checked their voter registration and checked to make sure and then thought, I didn't get a notice, I'm going to go vote anyway.
Which, very interesting flipping of a dynamic here, because in 2021, guys like DeSantis, Glenn Youngkin, they were very successful. Republicans in general were winning this initial wave of Title IX culture wars. And then it didn't materialize in the anticipated, expected red wave of 2022. Yet here now in 2024, 2 years later, Republicans are back on the winning side of it. But we'll see also, because, Dawn, you talk about it and you cover it at the grassroots level. Let's see what happens the next time school board elections come up. Because we did see the Democrats become victorious at the school board level in specific counties and jurisdictions. I'll be interested to see if that red wave trend continues when those seats are up for grabs again.
By the way, I will say this, and I'm not trying to be a wet blanket on everything, even though people accuse me of that. Dawn is correct. He said on this show to Nick Kayal and Dawn Stensland in May that day one, Title IX, all that stuff, he said mass deportations. I hope to God that the host on this radio station hold his feet to the fire if he does not do this stuff.
I will.
I hope to God you guys do
will.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
He absolutely will.
Anything that you can do technically on day one, I need done as soon as possible. If it takes till February or March, so be it. But I'm not going to kill him if he's in on Monday and it's not done by Wednesday.
Agreed.
Yeah. But there's different stuff. The economy stuff, the cost of things. That's not going to be done in 75 days or 90 days, right? But some of that stuff, like the executive orders, the stuff at the border, the Title IX stuff that can be done with the stroke of a pen. I hope they've reached out to Pentel and Bic and all the pen companies. Get all the ink possible. Get all the paper. I don't want any supply shortages at the White House. There's work to do. And I think Tim in Ohio wants to echo those sentiments. Tim's listening from Toledo.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Nick,
What's
Don,
up, Timmy?
and Greg.
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm actually a Levittown guy, and I'm living and working out here in Toledo, and yeah, I mean, I'm loving the Trump wave, and I'm really loving the meltdown of the far left, all their finger pointing and backbiting. But I think we need to be cautious in a way because, you know, Trump, he won some of these swing states by votes that could easily have gone the other way. Yeah. And, you know, I look at my home county of Bucks County. Trump won by like 1,200 votes. And so I'm hoping that he and the Republicans stay focused on the issues facing our country. There's issues that got them elected, and avoid seeking revenge and retribution. I think that will turn people off.
Yeah,
you know?
Agreed.
No doubt. I mean, revenge, the success will be, that's his revenge. You know, the stuff you can do on day one right away with the stroke of a pen, I want that done. But ultimately, the big things, the economy, the border, immigration, you know, on down the list. And then, you know, we talk about the, you know, draining the swamp. Look, you would need to have 12 years to do that, right? So how does that happen? That's Trump for 4. That's presumably Vance for 8. That's a perfect hypothetical. Odds are the math of that working out is probably not in, you know, above 50%. But if it is, you know, and this whole concept of draining the swamp, look, it's going to respawn. It's going to repopulate, right? So the moment you lose, that stuff comes back. But the only way you can even get close to achieving some of that, you know, some of the stripping of the regulations, you know, by the way, too, I want these private institutions like Harvard and Penn and these Ivy Leagues that receive federal funding. I want that stripped away for all the nonsense that they do. If they continue to do it, and we've seen, you know, the threats that are out there, I hope they follow through with that as well.
By the way, before I play this Trump clip, you want to go through some of the Bucks County towns and the Montco towns that went for Trump?
Sure. Do you still have the numbers in front of you? I trashed them.
Oh, you trashed them already?
I mean, I'll dig through the garbage on live radio. I'll go into a can on YouTube if you want me to. People love that. Let me do some dumpster diving live on YouTube. Hang on. I have them here. I can just pull them out of the trash. There's nothing but paper in here. It's not like it's like banana peels and coffee.
That's gross.
I'll pull it out for you. Look at that. I got my little trash can here.
By the way, while you're digging through the trash,
yeah, I'll do that. Hey, whatever. I'm
a couple of stories really quick. A federal judge in Texas has just thrown out the Biden administration's attempt to legalize up to an estimated 1.3 million illegal immigrants who are married to U.S. citizens via that parole in place program. Mm-hmm. The Democrats dubbed it Keeping Families Together. You may recall some called it a political stunt because they knew it was illegal. Right. Launched just in August. Federal judge has said it was unlawful. It exceeded the president's executive authority. Mm-hmm. And so this is the rule of law. I'll point out this was an executive order. There are checks and balances through the court system for any president. When they do executive orders, it goes through the courts. That will happen to Trump. It happens to every president. But I just wanted to point out these executive decisions that are signed, they are subjected to the courts and to this checks and balances system that our country has.
And by the way, too, for all of the left-wingers out there that say, oh, my God, it's so inhumane that Trump would deport somebody and separate them from their family because they're here illegally. Let me ask you something. If I were to break into Kohl's tonight after they close.
Yeah.
And go to jail.
Yep.
What would you go for?
If I was to break into Kohl's and try to steal Sephora products for my girls, they close at 9 and it's 10:30, and the cops arrest me and send me to the joint.
Yep.
I'm going to be separated from my family. Is that inhumane? No, Nick, you broke the law. Well, it's the same thing when you enter this country illegally. So spare me your sympathy.
By the way, if you did that in Philadelphia, you wouldn't be jailed.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
I'd keep it under $1,900. I think that's the limit,
there
right?
You go.
So Hilltown Township in Bucks County went for Trump, 6,000 to 3,700.
Okay.
How about this? Humeville Borough?
Don't even know where that is.
It's
Humeville?
Hulmeville Borough.
Okay.
Went for Trump, 356 to 280. Wow. Now that is a borough I would like to be in because there's so few people there.
Right.
Ivyland, Pennsylvania went to Trump, 319 to 260.
Now these are Bucks, right?
Yeah, this is Bucks.
Okay.
Langhorne went for Harris. Langhorne Manor went for Trump.
Okay.
Lower Makefield went for Harris.
Okay.
Lower Southampton went for Trump.
Okay.
Middletown Township
Yeah.
went for Trump. Middletown Township, I just said that. Milford Township went for Trump. Morrisville went for Harris.
Mm-hmm.
New Britain went for Harris.
Okay.
New Hope. Any guess?
Kamala.
Yeah. You would be correct.
Couple of Monco, by the way, real quick. Trump did really well and fought competitively in Limerick, Royersford, Lower Providence, Conshohocken, and Montgomery Township.
Their taxes, look at how many times their taxes have gone up.
What, Conchi?
Montgomery County in general.
Yeah. Harris did well in Cheltenham, Ambler, Narberth, and Norristown. A little surprised with the Hispanic population in Norristown that Trump wouldn't do better there.
Yeah.
Because we saw the numbers nationally.
Newtown.
99% Harris.
Went for Harris, but not 7,400 to 5,900.
Oh, it's closer than I would have thought.
Nockamixon Township went for Trump, 1,400 to 800. Northampton Township went for Trump, 14,000 to 13,000.
Marcus Aurelius just said on Twitter, Nick's dumpster diving on YouTube is proof that Trump supporters are garbage.
Good one.
How about this? Percy Borough went for Trump 2,890 to 2,814. Wow. That's really a swing borough.
Yeah.
Plumstead Township went for Trump, 4,700 to 4,400. Quakertown.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You want to take a guess, Nick?
Well, I'll go, I don't know the numbers. I'm just going to say 65-35 Trump.
Trump, 24-22. Like,
that's much closer.
2,000, yeah. Richland Township. You want to take Richland?
About the same, because that's right next to Quakertown.
Trump, 4,600 to 3,400.
A little bit bigger margin.
Regalsville. Would you like to hear Regalsville, Nick?
Yeah, down 611.
There's about 500 people there.
Yeah, we used to have our school bus used to drop people off there.
The one of the newspapers did a story on Regalsville.
It's an interesting area.
It was. This is amazing. Regalsville went for Trump 286 to 284. Literally 2 votes. Wow. In 2020, it went for Trump 268 to 265, and in 2016, it went for Trump 242 to 218. Sellersville was another close one. Went for Trump 1,296 to 1,286. It's crazy.
It is. Wow.
How about those Amish? How about Lancaster County?
I just have bucks in Montgomery.
I saw, of all places, nationally, Outkick did a story about how the Amish showed up in big numbers for Trump, but there was no numbers in the story. There was quotes, but I don't have the data.
I told you guys, and I only knew from family and friends.
You did not miss on anything. You're more accurate than Trafalgar.
I only knew from my women's Bible study and family and friends, and because a lot of them go out there to some of the Amish farms, and the Amish. I think the Amish represent all of us. We just want to be we want to be free, just like John from Roxy said. We want to be free, and the Amish just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
And when they were raiding like that, oh my gosh, Amos Miller, his farm. And this was the Biden administration on a federal level.
Was
and then
that January of this past year, right?
Well, this year, so right after he settled with the Biden administration, the DOJ, then early this year, he was raided by these, SWAT moving in on his farm. But that was at the state level, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And they shut it down. He had to go to court, back and forth. Finally, they resolved and he won in court. Mm-hmm. But it was unbelievable. And I think for the Amish community, they're these like quiet, gentle people. They just want to farm. They want to be left alone. And they thought this is government overreach. Yeah. And that's what, to them, that's all they needed to, and they had billboards and signs they put up in their, it's basically their own version of Pennsylvania Dutch, which is like German, but then they've kind of, so it's like, Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was...
I think it was like from 2002 to about 2010.
2022.
I used to go out when I was just dating my wife at the time, and my in-laws, they would take their concession and catering business out to Strasbourg for the railroad, and it was every June, and then again I think in September. Thomas the Train would come there, and you'd have all the parents and the kids, and they're going to ride Thomas the Train, and you're out there, and they're selling shoe fly pie, the whole shebang.
By the way,
did you take Dylan there, Greg? Did you guys do that?
No.
You got to do it.
No, not yet. By the way, just a few more, and then we have to break. Upper Southampton went for Trump 5,700 to 4,012. Warminster went for Trump 10,000 to 9,800. Upper Makefield went for Harris 33 to 3,000. One more here. Telford? Let's do Telford. 600 and Trump 663 to Harris 615. So it's funny in these really, really small communities. They really are split down the middle. It's amazing to see.
It's
so that's just a sampling of Bucks County.
There you go. Do you want to do the Trump clip and pay that off now?
We should break.
I promise after the break,
before the end of the show, we'll play this. I promise.
We got your mystery movie thing.
We got all that stuff too.
The mystery movie.
We got lots of stuff to get to.
Fine.
We have a digital download of the Reagan movie, right?
Yeah, there you go. Another chance to win it. All right. Kayal and Company, and we're back after this. But first, a word from my friends at DuckDuckGo. Oh, man, what a time of the year, right? You're just going to start searching for things for the holidays. Can I suggest the DuckDuckGo app? It's so much better than Google for so many reasons. They're not going to spy on you. They're not going to track your search results. They're not going to suppress certain things that have a political slant to it. And that's why I'm so glad that they're back. And they're back for a second time because they want to go from being great to being phenomenal, which is why they're offering the Privacy Pro package, which is a 3-in-1 subscription-based service. First of all, they're going to give you that secure VPN anytime, anywhere. Then, identity theft restoration. If it's ever stolen from you, guess what? They're going to help you get it back, and they're going to help to keep you safe and secure all the time. Plus, personal information removal. This is going to be so difficult for the hackers, the scammers, the con artists out there, because now all of a sudden their job just got more difficult. Take advantage of this special offer now exclusively for our listeners. You just have to go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Right there, you got a 7-day trial offer, but you have to use the code 1210, duckduckgo.com/1210. After your 7-day free trial, it's just $9.99 per month. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Shop Dell Technologies' early holiday savings event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Early holiday savings is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steiness from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhouse Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouthwatering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it. And you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.926, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are going to get a lot in here in about the next 25 minutes. And in order to do so, I'm going to shut up and get out of the way. And let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know your mom's getting evicted? It says right here, tenant must vacate the premises due to non-payment of rent. You know about this?
Morning.
I was just talking to your precious son about this eviction situation. I'm out of here. I can't go out with someone like you.
Are you gonna let him just talk to you like this?
Just
Two homeless kids.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
This prize today, another chance to get a digital download copy of the Reagan movie. From small town beginnings to Hollywood and the world stage, Reagan is a story of overcoming the odds, starring Dennis Quaid. Reagan, available now anywhere you watch movies, and it will be available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital coming up on November 19th. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
That movie, by the way, has an anniversary today. I think it came out on this day.
Is that right?
In 2000 and something, 2 maybe.
Okay. There you
3,
go.
1.
All right. Let's. Here's the other half of our Jimmy Matthews running around in his skivvies side story next week. Chris Forsyth is with us. Chris, good morning, buddy.
Good morning, fellow Americans. I'd love to tell you I'm working on a trailer right now. It's gonna be the best trailer. It's gonna be the best trailer. It's gonna be the best trailer ever.
Starting his weekend a little early.
Sean is listening right now, but
starting his weekend a little early.
I'd like to give him a round for money.
Start your weekend a little early, aren't you, Chris?
This is how I'm going to sound around 5:10. You want to get me on a big take Friday at 5?
Well, he's celebrating.
All right, but yeah, I will have a trailer up for the Jimmy Matthews run.
Love it.
By the end of the day.
Here's what we need, though, Chris. We need you to make it to next week.
Are you going to be at the Art Museum steps?
I will run the steps with Jimmy Matthews.
What?
Could you run the steps right now if you tried?
No, don't suggest that.
Oh, I could totally run the steps.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
I run the steps better than anybody
in the history of steps, right?
Like I made the steps.
Yeah. What are we drinking this morning, Chris? I'm just curious.
All right. So every time someone said in chat drink, I have took a shot. I have took a sip of whiskey.
Oh, whiskey! Wow,
a little brown liquor. I like it, brother.
I love it. Bourbon all day.
I love you, Chris.
Yeah, boy, I love a good little bit. A lot of quality bourbons out there, Chris, in that $30 price point range.
Oh, that is amazing.
It's like the new meatball. Everybody must drink.
That's right. Everybody must drink. Hey, where's my gal meatball? We got to book her for the show. Everybody must eat. I wonder how she's doing these days.
She's on probation.
Yeah.
Chris is the best.
Yeah, boy, Chris. That guy. The hell with politics and pints. Chris just went with the pints.
That's true.
Yeah, that's all he cares about.
Point.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get our winner. We've got a big 3. You're going to get the Trump story, and you're also going to get the University of Oregon story before we get up on out of here and toss it over to Dawn Stensland, who's got a word right now for What a Crock.
Yeah, because it's cooler weather moving through, and that means it's time to take out my... As you know, life is so hectic. It can be difficult to find time to make that home-cooked meal for your family from scratch every single day. And that's why I'm so thankful to have whatacrock.com this fall. They have saved me over the past, I would say, 10 days. 3-4 times I've turned to What a Crock to help me out. Just plop one of their meals right into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. And when we come home for dinner, it's simmering, smells so good. And by the way, there's 0 prep time. That's what I love about it. Unlike a lot of those meal kit companies, there's no chopping, none of that. It's just drop it in the slow cooker, seriously. And you're one and done, and cleanup is so easy as well. So some of my favorite meals I've talked about, I think we're going to do one of the barbecue, maybe the pulled chicken. The kids really love that one, the pulled chicken barbecue. But, oh, my goodness, all the beef stews, the chicken pot pie, it's so delicious. Here's the thing. There's no subscription, no commitment required. You just order what you want, when you want it. And What a Crock meals, I always say this is a great gift to send. Maybe somebody who's just really stressed out, needs a little help, college kids, new parents, makes a great gift. Just use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off for your first order. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT for $10 off your first order. What a Crock, dinner made easy. Order now at whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, 9:36. Kayal Company. A lot to do here in the final 15 to 18 minutes on a Friday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. You're going to hear this unbelievable Trump clip coming up in just one moment. Phil Almquist today in music history. Our McCausland locks of the week for the Eagles and the Cowgirls in Big D on Sunday. And what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But right now, let's give away a copy of Reagan on digital download. We've got Steve in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Steve has identified the clip. Steve, what movie did we just play for you, sir?
It is a movie that I used to have respect for the man until he opened his liberal mouth. The movie is 8 Mile.
That is correct, starring Eminem, a.k.a. Marshall Mathers. Congratulations, Steve. You got the copy of the movie.
Thanks.
You are
Appreciate
welcome.
it, guys. Thank
you.
you.
Got it, brother. There you go. Steve in Mount Laurel. And let's go to Huntington Valley. The victory is nice, but it's time to get to work, says Bob, and he's with us this morning. Hello, Bob.
Hey, how you doing, Gates? Listen, this is like a Super Bowl win for the Eagles. Everybody's a fan on the winning day, but then they go and put their jerseys back into the closet and they disappear until the next adventure.
Yep.
I need everybody that's on the radio that is not registered as a Republican to go to VA Voter Services website to change their registration. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes, and change it to an R. And that's a simple thing. If they see, 100,000 people changing their party, maybe these people will get a message.
Yeah,
there.
and especially, too, once you start to put some of these policies in play and they become effective and things change with crime or with the economy, I think you're going to see that continue to happen. And I think there's a lot of people, and Bob, thanks so much for the call, that'll see, the Elon Musks, the Tulsi Gabbards, the Bobby Kennedys, and if they didn't do it this time leading up to the election and register to vote, that they'll do that here in the next, hopefully, 6 to 9 months, maybe by the end of year one. And it'll be interesting to see what the registration numbers look like as we approach, the midway point of Trump's second term and things like that. Speaking of Trump, we've been teasing this for like 3.5 days. So let's pay it off. Greg Stocker, you want to tee this one up?
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. Sponsored by Budget Blinds. All right, let's go to cut 12 here, Phil. Thank you. So I think the campaign released this. I'm not sure. But we had a conversation on the show weeks ago, maybe months ago, about if Trump actually does his own tweeting. If he's sitting there with a cell phone and he's tweeting.
Yeah.
And it was all kind of laid out in this clip. By the way, if you want to see the visual of it, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because it really is something to see. You see a bunch of Trump and a bunch of his inner circle in a room. They're watching the RNC. So this was the DNC, excuse me. This was back in August.
Yep.
They're watching the DNC and they're tweeting in real time, and it shows you how it all goes down, and it's really something to see.
That's right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go over there if you want to see it, but Nick will describe it if you don't, if you can't get over there. Go, Phil.
Thank you.
All right, big screen television. They're watching on Fox.
Thank you.
Big dining room table.
Oh my God. Is she
10
crazy?
people.
Is she crazy?
Trump's drinking a Coke.
Wow.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many. Thank you. It's about 20. There must be 35.
And
to California with an unshakable dream.
Typing it up.
To be
Too many
the
thank yous.
scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to
He's
the border.
dictating.
literally his own stenographer.
Inflation and crime.
It's a social media
The
stenographer.
things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, Phil? It's great, right?
All gathered around the table.
Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents.
Yep. Keep typing. Hit the send button.
Get that out
Post
right away.
Post it.
She
Get that
paid
right away.
and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent
Gates.
rioters in Minnesota
Gabbard.
out of jail.
Another guy swatting down with an
Put it in
iPhone.
there. Put it right
Let's
in
post
with the
that
stuff,
one.
right?
Yep.
With that post, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
You could do it either that or separate.
Say more lies, lying about the Project 2025.
Capital letters.
Oh, lying against Project 25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She says we all know that Trump term.
Look at this.
I can type that fast.
That's how the machine operates, folks.
Literally his own stenographer.
Yes,
Yeah.
right. That's
amazing.
That's the same setup I have at home at night when I'm tweeting or I'm watching football or tweeting about a debate.
Which is both
My wife
good
is,
and dangerous.
Yeah, my wife is typing. I'm speaking. Olivia and Mia are gathered around the table. They're making sure the grammar's good. I'm using run and ran in the right context. Trump and I are a lot alike.
So that puts an end to the question of if he actually tweets or not. He doesn't actually do it, but he's dictating it to.
Yeah.
That's Caroline Levitt, right? Right.
No,
Dawn?
I don't think
I
that's
don't think
her.
that is Caroline.
No, I think it's a different beautiful blonde.
That's not
I
Caroline.
don't think so.
Let me
It doesn't
see.
look like her. No,
I gotta look back.
it's close, right?
Yeah.
Boy, Trump has his type, does he not?
Can you not? Can you not have? But sitting around in there, it's like Matt Gaetz, it's Tulsi Gabbard. They're all Jason Miller. Like they're all just.
And the amazing thing about it is when you see the posts, whether they're on Truth or X, you can hear him saying it, and now you know why you can hear him say. They even get the punctuation, the grammar, everything.
Well, the first one that blonde lady tweeted, she wrote it, and he looked at it and said, "Yeah, that's fine.
That's
send
good.
It. Yeah.
Yep. Hit post. Go ahead.
Hit post.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Exactly.
Definitely
right.
not Caroline. You know, I rewound. This is a great feature of the YouTube. I rewound it too much to that lady shaving her head. And I went, ah!
Yeah, you're back in like the third hour. You went back to the 8 o'clock hour.
It just zoomed back too fast. It was like, oh my gosh.
Actually, they're asking us to run it again. So
yeah, run it again.
Why don't we run it again, and then we'll go into break and come back and do our picks, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
And we'll do it without any commentary. Is that cool, Kale?
Yeah, we'll do it live.
Okay, we'll do it live. I'm sorry.
Don't write it.
It's up.
Yeah, we'll do it live. Do it live.
We have to get that fixed. I'm sorry. Okay, run it back, Phil.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God. Is she crazy?
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, too many thank yous.
About 20.
There must be 35.
Traveling from India
Yeah,
to
good.
California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime. Say these out. The things of which she complains. The things of which she complains.
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, Phil? It's great, right? Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Me. Get that out right away. She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
Let Minnesota burn. Kamala Harris bailed out the
I
ones
love
who
it.
lit the matches.
Put it in there. Put it right in with the stuff, right?
With that post, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
You could do it either that or separate.
Say more lies. Lying about the Project 2025.
Oh, lying against Project 25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She says we all know that term.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue 9:49 on this Friday morning, Gregory.
By the way, I forgot to say, What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery. I am a customer, by the way, and motorization. Got to try the motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the biz. Schedule your holiday consultation and ask about their special radio offer. That is what I do. Thank you, Budget Blinds.
There you go. We will get to our McCausland Eagles locks of the week coming up in a moment, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn show. But right now, the man is right across from me in studio. I get to hear the Today 3 feet away from me. It's very different than hearing it just through the headphones behind the other side of the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, November 8th, we celebrate the birthday of Bonnie Raitt, who's 75, Alan Frew from Glass Tiger, who's 68, and Jack Osborne, Ozzy's son, who's now 39. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Minnie Riperton and Don Murray from the Turtles. Sing of the Coup, Janie's Got a Gun by Aerosmith in 89. Love Hurts by Nazareth in 74. And by the way, can we get classic rock stations to actually play something other than Love Hurts by Nazareth, because they have such a huge catalog. Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin in 71. And You're So Vain by Carly Simon in 72. Album of the Coup, Sheer Heart Attack by Queen in 74. Ace of Spades by Motorhead in 80. Yeah. Iron Maiden's Live at Donington in 93. And Led Zeppelin 4 in 71. Also in 2008, AC/DC was atop the album chart with Black Ice. In 75, David Bowie made his U.S. TV debut on The Cher Show. Oh. In 86, Metallica played their first show with Jason Newsted. In 77, Susie Quattro makes her first of 7 appearances on Happy Days as Leather Tuscadero. And in 57, Elvis's movie Jailhouse Rock opens in theaters. But lastly, since this is election week, on this day in 94, Sonny Bono is elected to the U.S. House of Representatives for the 44th District of California. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
You're not getting that anywhere else, folks.
Nope.
It's just amazing, amazing work.
Yeah, by the way, it's a low-energy classic rock station. You're 100% right.
All of them are.
All right, let's make some picks.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Football time. Eagles and Cowboys. Rivalry renewed. Our McCausland Lock and Alarm picks of the week. Our locks of the week. With business owners, well, they count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Business not good for the Cowboys right now, and their future doesn't look too bright. The Eagles, 7-point road favorites. The over-under 43.5. Dak Prescott is out. The Cowboys are playing a backup quarterback with a lame duck head coach. I will take the Eagles minus the 7 and the under 43.5. My only concern is that the Eagles play a little bit below their ability because they know Dallas is without Dak Prescott, but they still cover. Give me the Birds 23 and the Cowgirls 13.
So what did you say, 23?
13.
13?
Birds by a 10 spot.
Yeah, I always pick the Eagles. I think Eagles are going to win.
Always pick the Eagles.
I do. I always pick them.
I know you do.
Eagles!
So sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the injury list.
I mean, Dak Prescott's out, so.
Yeah. Phil Lomquist will be playing quarterback for the Jets.
Yeah.
I'll be in Phoenix, though.
Oh, God.
I don't know. Greg, you go.
You haven't missed yet. You nailed McCormick. You nailed Trump.
I know.
Just throw a number. You're guaranteed to be right. You're hot right now.
Jordan Mailata is my lucky charm, and he's injured.
All right, do you want me to go?
Yeah, you
I'll
go.
Dawn wants to.
I gotta go
I told her
last.
she was going to be next. She's like,
I
I'll
know,
be ready.
you did,
Don't
you did.
worry.
Dawn's looking over the 53-man roster.
This is like, I always want to order last at the restaurant.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still deciding.
And
Are
you're
you guys
still-
ready? No.
And you're still going to order the chicken parm anyway. It's outrageous.
All right, I don't think the Eagles are going to cover. I do think they're going to win, but I don't think I'm gonna. I would take the Cowboys a +7 on this, but I do think that they're going to win. I think it's going to be 24-21.
Okay.
Eagles, by the way.
Dawn, do you still need time? We can let Phil go if you want.
can go.
Yeah, Phil, what do you... Well, Phil's hoping the Jets win.
Let it rip, Ferrari.
Well, that's true, but I think the Eagles crushed Dallas. Dallas has major problems. You said 23-13, I
Yes,
believe.
yes.
I'm going 32-13, and the reason it's not 34 is because Nick Sirianni is going to go for 2 twice and fail, which is why I'm taking 2 points off the 34. But I think they win big.
That's a solid. That's a solid
Great
pick,
analysis.
buddy.
Yeah.
It was.
Fire that guy.
Dawn, are you ready, or would you like to?
Dawn's going chicken parm.
Chicken parm meatballs. I'm going to say it's closer than that because it's still in their house. I'm going to go with last week. I'm going to go with 28-23.
Okay.
28-23.
28-23.
Dawn saying closer than the experts believe.
That's last week's score.
There we go.
It is last week's. You're exactly right.
There you go.
She took last week's. She
I did.
ordered the chicken parm.
I did. I can't criticize. She's
And
picking
the white
everything
bean
right
chili.
now.
Oh my God! Yeah, watercroc.com.
There you
Thank
go.
you. By the way, this is we pushed it from last week, right?
There you
So this is a 40 spot we're doing. 40
You know,
spot.
Trump won. You can make it a 400 spot for all I care. I'm getting my
No, we're
money
not
back.
doing a 40 spot.
What? We still haven't paid from the last time.
No, I donated.
Okay. Well,
You said donated.
This is all going to charity.
She'll take the Cabernet, the chicken parm, and the white bean casserole.
All right.
Thank you. Dawn, what do we got lined up at the top of the hour?
Oh my gosh.
Thank
You
you.
going to break down the Eagles depth chart?
No.
Thank you, McCausland.
Absolutely not. Thank you, McCausland Locke, for sponsoring us. My horrible pick. So coming up, by the way, Dave McCormick at 11 o'clock is in the 11 o'clock hour. He is going to have a victory press conference, even though they're still counting, and Casey refuses to concede. Wow. So that's going on. So we may take that live in the 11 o'clock hour at some point. I want to go through some of these cases against Trump. There's a ton of breaking news nationally, locally, and we're seeing the fallout with these cases. They all go away, but we'll look through that. 10:30, you're going to meet Pennsylvania's new Republican Attorney General-elect, Dave Sunday. So he's going to come on live. We'll talk to Dave, and you'll get a sense of having a Republican Attorney General, which is a big deal. At 11 o'clock, as we head into Veterans Day commemorations this weekend, and Monday, obviously, in Kayal and Company doing a ton next week. It's a don't miss week next week. But we're going to honor a Gold Star family. This is very personal for them. As we talk about, I mean, I know some people are drinking early and thinking about Trump's win.
Yeah, Chris Forsyth.
You know, Chris Forsyth, you made my day.
Chris just fell off the couch.
Oh my God.
But the truth is that for this one, for many Gold Star families, Trump's victory means that Trump, they know, will keep a promise that was made here in Pennsylvania to these Gold Star families. You're going to hear from one family and what this means for them with their son when he was killed. We'll talk about that. Has to deal with SEAL Team 6.
Mm-hmm.
And so Charlie Strange, the Strange family, with the Michael Strange, obviously, Foundation, joining us for a somber moment as to what this Trump victory means.
Yeah.
So much coming up for you.
Okay. We got a lot of Daves these days. Dave Sunday, Dave McCormick. By the way, since Casey hasn't conceded, can we officially label him a threat to democracy?
Oh.
Is he undermining the democratic process in this country?
How about that?
I'm just asking the questions that I know the mainstream media will not ask. But everybody have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next. Enjoy your weekend. And on YouTube, yes. Go Eagles. And for all of you that voted for Kamala Harris, enjoy your weekend. I will enjoy your tears.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
Bye.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now